Mayor, it is now 5 o'clock. Would you like to begin the meeting?
Yes, we would.
Recording in progress.
Good evening. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, April 17th. May we have our roll call for the evening?
Councilmember Barnacle.
Here.
Cater Thompson.
Here.
Healy.
Here.
Now.
Here.
Posake.
Here.
Shribs. Is absent. McDonald.
Here.
Let the record reflect Councilmember Shribs is absent. All other members are present.
Thank you very much. The first item today is our closed session, and I'd like to invite our city attorney to comment on the actual announcement for the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council will conduct two closed sessions tonight. The first is a conference with labor negotiators under Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are Peggy Flynn, City Manager, Brian Cochran, Assistant City Manager, Charlotte Freckman, Director of Human Resources, and Charles Sakai, Labor Negotiator with Sloan Sakai, Young and Wong, LLP. The negotiating parties are the International Association of Firefighters, Unit 7, and Petaluma Professional and Mid-Managers Association, Units 4, 9, and 11. The council will also confer with real property negotiators, and we posted a correction to the agenda to indicate that that's pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property involved is the city-owned fairgrounds property, assessors parcels numbers 007, 031, 004, which is also 175 Fairgrounds Drive, and 007, 031, 005, which is 866 East Washington. The agency negotiators, Peggy Flynn, the city manager. The negotiating parties are the 4th District Agricultural Association. Under negotiation are price and terms of payment and other terms of use of portions of the city-owned fairgrounds property for presentation of the Sonoma Marin Fair. And lest there be confusion like there was last time we had a closed session under that heading, I just want to make clear that the only people that are permitted to be in a closed session agendized like that are city representatives, and it is a requirement to list not the principals of the other party to the negotiations, not the representatives, but rather the principals. So hence we've listed the 4th DAA. So if there are any other questions about that, I'll be happy to address them. But those are that's the safe harbor language for tonight's closed sessions. And I invite you to then permit members of the public who wish to address those items to address them. Thank you.
Thank you. That is a great clarification, and I'm sure the public appreciates that. Councilwoman Now,
I'll
have a comment tonight?
I'll be recusing from the fairgrounds closed session, but I'll sit in for the first part.
Thank you very much. And as is our practice, the public is invited to make comments on the closed session items. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes, and we are now opening our public comments period. And I'll ask the city clerk if we've received any comments online prior to the meeting.
Mayor, we did not receive any comments on the closed session items prior to the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite our moderator to have our announcement participation.
Yes, members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to the closed session item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone.
Thank you. And I'd like to welcome Councilmember Shribs and have it noted that Councilmember Shribs has now joined us. And let's see. So I have no in-person cards for this item, so we'll move to our Zoom audience and see if we have any public comment from Zoom audience.
I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Oh, it does look like
we got
Darren
one.
recused.
Oh, yes,
He just raised his
actually,
hand.
looks like we have one. Yes, thank you.
And before we begin with that, we should remind that it is just on the closed session item that the comments are for. Thank you. And please continue with our audience.
Okay, so we'll begin with the first speaker, Darren Rakusen. I will unmute or allow you to unmute and begin your time.
Thank you, moderator. I just want to say I hope this is the real next step to the Fair Board engaging with the city and something productive occurring here. I mean, I don't know if this real property negotiator piece is just the city deciding maybe what party to engage, or if this is really an entree to negotiations with the other side. But I think for so much of the public, we hope that happens just so we can stop reading news articles about it and hearing about it and kind of the he said, she said. So I'm going to, hope that this is really that next step to negotiating with the other side and everybody coming to the table. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I do not see any other hands raised.
Thank you very much. And with that, we close the public comment period, and we're going to adjourn to closed session. We will begin tonight's meeting at 6:30 or at the conclusion of the closed session we're entering, whichever comes later. Thank you.
Mayor, it is now 6:37 PM. Are we ready to resume open session?
We are ready to resume open session. Thank you very much. Good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Petaluma City Council and the Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, April 17th. Tonight, in addition to having Spanish translation available for the Zoom audience, we also have Spanish translation available for those who are joining us here in council chambers. If you're interested in listening in Spanish here in council chambers, please see staff in the back of the room. If you wish to provide public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card at the back of the chamber and bring it to the city clerk. If you have children in attendance with you, please note this on your speaker card, and I will try and bring you to the front of the queue. I will now invite Monica Aparicio and Maria Galvez to provide information to those who want to participate in Spanish.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Buenas noches a todos y bienvenidos a la reunión del Ayuntamiento de la Ciudad de Petaluma. Esta noche, además de la traducción en español disponible para las personas que están escuchando por Zoom, también va a haber traducción en vivo. Por favor, entonces, si ustedes desean que se les dé interpretación en español, vean a alguien en la parte de atrás de la sala y ahí les proporcionarán el equipo necesario. Si ustedes quieren hacer un comentario público en lo que se hablará en los temas de esta noche, por favor, llenen un tarjetón y se lo entregan a las personas que están encargadas de la interpretación. Muchísimas gracias. Ahora, para las personas que están aquí por Zoom, hola, mi nombre es María Galvez y estoy aquí con mi pareja de interpretación, Mónica Aparicio. Estamos hoy aquí como intérpretes. Hoy este evento se llevará a cabo en español e inglés. Se usarán ambos idiomas activamente, así que usted podrá elegir un canal para participar en su idioma preferido después de que le hayamos explicado cómo funciona la interpretación. Estaremos usando la función de interpretación de Zoom. Después de que termine esta explicación, se activará la función de interpretación. Si usted está conectado con su computadora, usted verá un icono de un mundo en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Si está conectado con su tableta o teléfono, pulse en más y verá un menú que incluye la opción de interpretación de idiomas. Para escuchar la interpretación, pulse el icono del mundo o interpretación de idiomas. A continuación, elija su canal de idioma. We are ready. Thank you.
And thank you very much. May we have a roll call for the evening?
Council members Barnacle,
Here.
Cater Thompson. Here. Healy.
Here.
Now.
Here.
Posake.
Here.
Shribs.
Here.
Mayor McDonald.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you very much. Let's have a pledge of allegiance for the evening. We'll follow with a minute of silence. Moving into tonight's agenda, are there any changes and deletions recommended from the council? Seeing none, we will move on. And tonight we had a closed session on a variety of matters. I'd like to ask the city attorney to provide a report out of that closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no action to report out tonight.
Thank you very much. Succinct as always. And next on our agenda, we have several proclamations. And first up is our proclamation for Arbor Day. And I'd like to invite Howard Formby. Are you in the house, Howard? There, up to the podium, and I'd like to ask Councilmember Shribs to present while I read the actual proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. And Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and world. And whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. And whereas the City of Petaluma partners with community organizations such as Relief Petaluma to plant more trees, educate our community on the importance of trees, and take stewardship of establishing newly planted trees. And whereas the City of Petaluma has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the National Arbor Day Foundation and desires to continue its tree planting practices, now therefore be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with members of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 29th, 2023 as Arbor Day in the City of Petaluma, and urge all residents to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands and to plant trees to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Thank you. We also have a proclamation regarding Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and I'd like to invite Kate McCoy, Desiree McGonigal, and Georgina Tello Bugarin on behalf of Verity to the podium while I read. Whereas Sexual Assault Awareness Month is intended to draw attention to the fact that sexual violence is widespread and has a profound and lasting impact on every community member of Sonoma County. And whereas Verity, Sonoma County's Rape Crisis Trauma and Healing Center, worked with over 1,200 survivors in Sonoma County in 2022. And whereas national research indicates that 1 in 5 women will be raped at some point in their lifetime, and nearly half of all women will experience some form of sexual violence, and 1 in 17 men will be raped at some point in their lifetime, and 1 in 5 men will experience some form of sexual violence. And whereas young people are at the greatest risk of sexual violence, and youth aged 12 to 17 are 2.5 times more likely to be raped or sexually assaulted than their adult counterparts. And disabled people, people of color, queer people, homeless people, transgender people, undocumented people, youth in foster care, and people of other marginalized identities are even more likely to be victimized by sexual violence. And whereas over 18,000 members of the military and over 80,000 people who are incarcerated experience sexual violence every year, and whereas with leadership and dedication and encouragement, there is evidence that we can be successful in preventing sexual violence in the City of Petaluma through increased education, awareness, and community involvement. And whereas the City of Petaluma strongly supports the efforts of Verity and encourages every resident to actively engage in public and private efforts to end sexual violence, including conversations about what sexual violence is, how to prevent it, how to help survivors of all backgrounds connect with crucial counseling and other support services, and how every segment of our society can work together to better address sexual violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Kevin McDonald, Mayor of Petaluma, along with the members of the Petaluma City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2023 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Thank you. Please, feel free.
Thank you so much on behalf of Team Verity. We are honored that Petaluma recognized April as a Sexual Assault Awareness Month. This month is so important and we could not do it without all of you. Thank you for the support that we received from all of you, and we hope that you will join us this month for all the various events that we have through the county. As a reminder, Verity has the 24/7 crisis line 707-545-4273, where survivors and their families can connect with trained crisis line counselors to get support and resources. Thank you so much again for this proclamation and the partnership with the City of Petaluma.
Thank you.
Oh, and as president, I just wanted to thank all of you and the city council for signing this. We have a great active partnership with Verity at the police department, and in fact, we are the only law enforcement agency in the county that has an in-house victim advocates like Georgina. So I wanted to thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. And now the evening moves to general public comment. And during general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the city council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed in the current agenda. Public comments are limited up to 3 minutes per person, depending on the number of persons wishing to address the council. Time will be allocated in equal shares to no more than 20 minutes. Let's see. Madam Clerk, have we received any online?
Mayor, we did receive 2 general public comments prior to the meeting, which are posted online with the agenda packet.
Wonderful, thank you. And let's check with our Zoom audience this evening.
Yes, at this time I will start a 30-second clock for general public comment. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. Speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. And now that the 30 seconds have elapsed, I see one virtual hand raised.
And I have 5 cards submitted from folks in-house, making a total of 6. And so we will have a 3-minute clock on the speakers tonight for general public comment. And I'd like to invite Elizabeth Clary first, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and staff. I'm Elizabeth Clary, and for those who don't know me, I work with Alchemia. Alchemia is a wonderful nonprofit. We support artists who have intellectual and developmental disabilities, and we serve Petaluma in addition to Santa Rosa and Novato. I'm here tonight to formally invite you, and you'll get an invite in your email soon, but I'd like to formally invite you to our Inclusion Festival, which is coming up on Saturday, May 13th. It goes from 11 to 6, and you are invited if you have time, and I know you're all very busy, but if you want to stop by and say hi, it's a wonderful all-ages arts music festival celebrating people with disabilities, their friends, families, allies, and we'll have a variety of wonderful activities for people of all ages to participate in, as well as sensory sensitive spaces that people can enjoy. So I just wanted to formally invite you and also acknowledge the support of the Parks and Rec Department to present this event. They've just been a delight to work with and really share our vision of a truly inclusive opportunity for everybody where everybody's invited. The leadership has just been incredible. So just wanted to formally invite you. Also, just from the perspective of Alchemia, we really appreciate city staff's efforts to make our community more accessible and inclusive. The curb cuts that have gone in recently are just a godsend to the people that we serve. They can get on buses, they can maneuver around town. It makes a really huge difference to have a community that everybody can access. Similarly, the efforts of city staff, Ingrid, Nancy, to make things more accessible downtown so that people can access their transportation really makes a big difference. So just want to thank all of you for your efforts and hope to see you May 13th.
Would you like to mention the venue for the festival?
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, I get a little nervous. The venue is actually, I should have said this, at the Petaluma Community Center at Lucchese Park, and we'll be taking over pretty much the entire community center. So it's going to be a pretty big deal. We expect to have between 500 and 700 people throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski, to be followed by Steve DeLue.
Yes, my name is Catherine Brodsky. I live at the Littlewoods Mobile Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway, Space 31. This manager, named Drusilla Cruz, at Space 29, is purposely illegally having her own families to be parked on the fire lanes, blocking the fire lanes, for over 11 months, and it's still there. And this is against the law. And she has her other family parkings on the fire lanes, and also too, Stan again, my neighbor, has been having his illegal drug dealer friends, 14, to be parking against my home, which is not a legal parking area, stalking my mobile home, and illegally dealing illegal drugs against my mobile home with vehicle license plate HJ49014 and 21449G3. And the Petaluma Police Department doesn't even want to do their job at all. And the other day, the manager's family, Space 15, and her other family member, Space 11, has been trespassing my place. They do all kinds of stuff. The Petaluma Police Department doesn't want to do their job. You need to get the police department to start doing their job right, get officers out there, and start enforcing laws. And then I also heard, too, that this manager is not a legal U.S. citizen. I don't know how true this is, but if she's not a legal citizen, she should not be a manager at all. Do something. And also, too, you usually have officers, the Petaluma Police Department have liability insurance. If something happens and to the public, then they should pay for it. That way the taxpayers don't have to pay for it. A police department is not doing their job. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve DeLue, followed by Betty Houtzenschrader.
Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'm going to read a statement because otherwise I'll digress too much. Last night, you each received a statement from my group, G Street Action, about our hope to ban the sale and use of small off-road engines, AKA SOARs. Gas-powered leaf blowers fall into this category. They are the source of high levels of carbon dioxide that increase warming. Many other cities in California have already taken this step, as we note in our letter. A basic reason for supporting a ban is this. Right now, we are doing a lot of good things that should help reduce our carbon footprint. Many trees are being planted all over the city by Relief, and Cool Cities, a great program in which I participate, is reducing carbon dioxide emissions and our carbon footprint at the same time. But keeping machines that blast into the air a great deal of CO2, as SOARs do, may in fact cancel the gains toward reducing greenhouse gases in our city made by these conservation groups. Consider this statement as evidence of this view. Margaret Renquill of the New York Times quotes one expert as saying that hydrocarbon emissions from a half hour of yard work with the two-stroke leaf blower are about the same as a 3,900-mile drive from Texas to Alaska in a heavy-duty Ford truck. Or consider as another example the harm SOARs do. The California Air Resources Board says that operating a gas leaf blower for an hour leads to the emission of as much smog-based pollution as driving a Toyota Camry for 1,100 miles. We understand that you have a lot on your plate now, but we hope that at some time in the not-too-distant future, you will make a commitment to considering our proposal at a future meeting. In the meantime, a portion of the city bureaucracy should be given the job to help small business landscapers access the funds made available for the transition by the governor's office. We think that a city that can bar new gas stations from being built should be able to ban gas-powered leaf blowers. I note that 350 Petaluma and Climate Action Petaluma recently endorsed our G Street letter to council. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Next is Betty Houtzenrader, to be followed by Margaret De Matteo.
Good evening, council members and mayor. This is my first time being here, so bear with me. I represent the mobile home parks here in Petaluma, and I wanted to speak on behalf of, we are looking forward to our rent stabilization program being amended here in the near future, in particular those regarding lowering the percentage of the CPI as well as the rent caps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Margaret De Matteo.
Good evening, city staff and council. I just wanted to second the comment of the person who was up here before me. I guess I should be formal. Margaret DiMatteo on behalf of Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I have been meeting monthly with the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League and hearing their concerns about the urgent need for amendments to the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance. This has been passed in Santa Rosa and Windsor, and there are some lessons to be learned from those two experiences. Primarily that in Windsor, they were able to move this forward fairly quickly. I think the advocacy began in October of last year. They passed it with urgency before Christmas. And then they adopted a permanent ordinance, I believe, in February. Unfortunately, they increased the in-place transfer fee to 15%. So a lot of people have a hard time understanding that. It took me a long time to understand what that impact is, but ultimately, if a home changes hands, say a tenant becomes disabled, can no longer live in their own home and needs to move out, they want to sell, the landlord or the park owner is able to increase the rent by 15% on the next purchaser. So that not only negatively impacts the person trying to move out because they can't find anybody to buy their home because they know the rent's going to go up for the land underneath it by 15%, which is very high. And negatively impacts a future purchaser because they can't afford that. I mean, we're talking like $1,200 a month plus a mortgage, $1,200 just for the land under your home. And that stays the base rent. So all future rent increases come from that really high amount. So the third thing it impacts is it reduces the affordability of our last remaining naturally affordable housing, mobile home parks. And who lives there? Seniors. Primarily seniors. You know, they're subject to a lot of different abuses that have been reported in the Press Democrat lately, especially here in Petaluma. And so we can look at what Windsor did, we can look at what Santa Rosa did. They reduced their maximum rent increase, but they increased the in-place transfer fee to 10%. Currently, Petaluma doesn't have really, there's very limited instances where you can increase the rent when a home transfers hands. And it's essentially maintaining that affordability of parks. So if you consider making a lower rent increase amount so that tenants, mobile home residents can still afford to live there, please do not include a transfer, in-place transfer fee. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last of the cards I have from our in-house audience. And I'd like to turn it over to our moderator to bring Zoom participation.
Yes, and our speaker is Darren Rakusin. Please unmute yourself and begin your public comment.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, council. Just want to speak briefly about some concerns I have about underutilization of our planning commission. Just off the top of my head, it's like 6 of the last 7, or at least 4 of the last 5 planning commission meetings have been canceled. And it's understandable if developers just aren't bringing projects forward for discretionary review. But I do want to advocate for utilizing our planning commission for other initiatives. And really what sticks out to me is initiatives that would, policy changes, things of that nature that would flow out of our general plan. And obviously, this year is going to be a huge year of changes with a new IZO. For the past months, maybe years, we've been talking about objective design standards, and specifically to kind of close the loop on one big debate that was going on. I was not allowed to apply for the general plan committee because as a planning commissioner, we were supposed to have kind of an oversight capacity to review potential policy changes stemming out of discussions by the general plan committee. So, I just wonder if we can take this time when there may not be developers coming forward for discretionary review, but to engage our planning commissioners to have really, whether it's study sessions, very early draft discussions of, potential land use changes, ordinance changes, code changes, things of that nature that are going to stem from the general plan as it comes together. I think objective design standards is kind of something going along in parallel. And, even if it's not something fully formed, even if staff doesn't have a fully formed, complete set of ordinances or standards to review, I think it would still be great to engage planning commissioners to bring forth ideas early on, kind of a true study session. And it also then brings it into a public forum. I know recently a lot of people have been kind of talking more and more about more transparency. And so I think this is a great opportunity to kind of push these really big policy initiatives forward while we do have maybe a downtick in the developer projects coming forward. Maybe we can engage the Planning Commission to push these big policy initiatives forward while also engaging the public and making the public feel that there's more transparency about some of these big changes that are going to be taking shape over the next year or two. So those are my comments. Thank you.
And there are no more virtual speakers.
Thank you very much. And with that, we close our general public comment for the evening, and we move to council comment. And I'd like to ask Councilman Barnacle to start us off tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no liaison assignments to report out on.
And Councilmember Healy?
Yeah, thank you. I was in Sacramento for 3 days last week with the League of California Cities. I won't go down too far in the details. I wanted to report out on two bills that were highlighted. One is one that I had reported on before, and it came before the Governance, Transparency, and Labor Relations Policy Committee, and that's SB 769 by Senator Gonzalez. And that's the one that would require local officials to take a 2-hour course every 2 years on finances. That has now been substantially narrowed. It's only going to apply to cities that are considered high risk by the state auditor on its dashboard, and that does not include us. So that's one thing that we don't need to worry about. And then I also wanted to mention SB 423 by Senator Wiener. And this is one that has gotten some attention because it would remove the sunset from SB 35, ministerial approval of housing. But one other thing it does is it allows the state to have ministerial approval of housing on land that it either owns or leases, which would include properties such as the fairgrounds. And that's something that, I think whether this actually passes or not, we don't know yet, or with that provision. But I'd say the genie's out of the bottle, and it's not going to get shoved back in because now we know the state can do that if it feels like it. So if folks really want to make sure that there's local control over the fairgrounds, a new lease to a body that's part of the state of California is not the solution. And then lastly, the Water Supply Coordination Council met this morning, and it looks like I'm going to be appointed to something called the Leadership Council for the Russian River Water Forum, and that is going to be going way down in the weeds on the future of the Potter Valley diversions. So more to come on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Thank you. I want to, the mobile home park is actually going to be coming back, and June 5th, the staff will conduct a public workshop So watch your calendars, and then June 19th and July 10th will be the first and second reading for that ordinance. So I'm really happy that that's coming forward. I was also at the league, but I was only there for one day, and SB 423 certainly opened up your eyes to what the state could do with city-owned or owned property if it's leased. It could be used for housing, other things. And so I think that we need to keep our eye on that. At my SCTA meeting, Sonoma County Transportation Authority, the discussion was on a ballot measure for climate, and I'm not really sure what that's going to look like, because other cities are going to want to be putting ballot measures on, also basically tax measures. So we're just looking at that to determine if it's viable to do a ballot measure. So more will come in the near future. As far as the gas-powered leaf blowers, I'd just like to throw out possibly, if we could look at this maybe in early fall, like September, possibly bring something back, September, October. I know that our schedule's really full between now and then, so just want to throw that out. And I think, I just want to say that I want to thank our police and fire department. They do an actually tremendous job, and I have watched them over the years, and I think both have grown into departments that I respect a lot. And I've seen them in action, and we should be pretty pleased with the direction that our public safety is today versus in the past. So just want to give kudos to them. And there was actually an event yesterday that I was late for, so I only saw the presentation for the firefighter, but a police officer also got an award for the year for their work. And I actually saw the police officer in action once, and it was pretty impressive, and that was with the SAFE team. And so it's just good to see our public safety in a great space. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. Councilmember Now.
Well, I had a busy last couple of weeks. The Airport Commission update, we have a damaged hangar at the airport from an accident last fall, and it's gone out to bid. And I'll report on the outcome after the next meeting in May. After the winter storms, there was drainage issues on the Rooster Run side of the airport, and the consultant will advise on the wildlife and soil, because you don't want birds flying around airplanes. And a report will be given to the Airport Commission and staff on what to do about that. The taxi lanes Alpha and Bravo is having a scoping and design done in late 2023, and construction is set for 2026 to improve the conditions for the pilots. Our first airport display day for 2023 was held in March, but the weather was, of course, raining, so it wasn't the greatest turnout. But last Saturday, we had great weather. I was at the Good Egg Awards, so I did not get to go. So I'll find out what the attendance report is. And the next one is May 20th, and this is when the airplanes are on at the airport in the runway area, the tie-down area, and families can go and wander around and ask lots of questions and find out about aviation. I attended 3 community events this week, which had award presentations. So congratulations to all the awardees, especially to Petaluma's Good Eggs, Mitch and Barbara Lind. The Petaluma's Firefighter of the Year is also my neighbor, Shay Burke. And as Councilmember Thompson said, we had a wonderful presentation, and there was youth who also wrote essays on democracy, and there was a beautiful painting that was done. This is just a small rendition, but it was amazing to hear these youth. So our future is in good hands. The Police Officer of the Year is David Arviso. Is that how you say it? And he was just amazing. And it was really sweet to see the police chief give his wife a bouquet of flowers and thank the spouse for the commitment he does for his job. Last meeting, we dedicated the meeting to Marshall West. His celebration life will be on April 23rd at 1 p.m. at the Elam Lutheran Church. He will be greatly missed at the Butter and Eggs Day parade on Saturday, which he always dressed as Mr. Wickersham. It drove our Petaluma Museum egg truck. So I didn't remember my button, but here's the poster. We'll see you on Saturday at the parade. I just signed up to throw cow chips. And the following week is the antique fair, so April 30th. But the day before, the chess tables that were donated by a grant from AARP will have their ribbon cutting down on Water Street. So that's great. I wanted to mention that I'm going to mispronounce it, but the Parks and Recs has been working on Transhumanist Festival. And if you don't know what that is, I had to look it up. It's the action or practice of moving livestock from one grazing ground to another. So you might see sheep going down D Street to the peninsula. And the festival is on Saturday, April 29th at Steamer Landing Park. And the annual event features food and beverages, family-friendly activities, live music, local herd of sheep that will eat down the weeds, and community weaving. And to get more information, go to sassyandgrassy.com. And I hope to see everybody at the parade. I want to wish Councilmember Kater Thompson a belated happy birthday. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Pozike.
Thank you, Mayor. Had a few meetings. We had a Transit Advisory Committee meeting where we continued our discussion of updating transit goals for the city, as well as taking a cue from the council and the city staff here to limit the number of goals to less than 10. We all had a youth commission meeting after failing in the last 4 meetings to have a quorum. Actually started doing some reimagining of the youth commission, and at least 4 of the youth are going to join me as part of the Zero Waste team at the Butter and Eggs Day parade around our council marching as well. And finally, in the continuum of care, we're making lots of funding decisions over the next month or two, and we have lots of excellent proposals, including some from the city and from COTS here locally. So we're looking forward to getting better at distributing money here. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, I attended 2 meetings. One was on the Climate Commission, and there was discussions, again, general plan type things, where we're going in the future, what we can do. And they had a presentation on the American Institute of Architects about the 15-minute community, 15-minute communities that we have proposed here in town, and had consultants come in, so we had another presentation on that, so regenerating the ideas that were proposed there. We also had some letters on some green policies that were written in, and so they were endorsed and becoming to our council here. So like, okay, working on the general plan, keep us moving forward in a green environmental way, to look forward to that. And there was a long discussion on artificial turf, which we have at the moment. We're sort of putting in turf, so there's a recommendation to move away from artificial turf here. So that's under consideration because we're in the middle of the contracts now. So we're working on that. Then the second meeting was on the North Bay Regional Watershed Committees. And the main topic there was the groundwater. And we had the different, the 4 basins, the Santa Rosa, Sonoma, and Petaluma and Napa basins, give a summary of where they're at and where we're going in California for our groundwater. And the summary was really good. In fact, there was the plans, the sustainability plans that we produced here locally in our little Sonoma County and Napa County. There's 4 basins. And of the 64 basins that have to apply and get accepted for their plans, for sustainability plans, Only 4 of the 64 have now been completed and endorsed and accepted. And guess who's the 4? Sonoma, Napa, Petaluma, and Santa Rosa. So the folks that we have working with the Sonoma County Water Agency and the engineers that have been helping out and moved over and creating a water agency here for groundwater have done a superb, excellent job. And we need to commend the Sonoma County Water Agency and the engineers supporting the sustainable water for that. So I was really glad to hear that we currently do have lots of water on the surface. However, groundwater is still a concern around the California, so that way we still need to have a water conservation effort throughout California. And that groundwater in many locations, which some communities depend on, still is not coming up to par. So there's still many communities here in California that are still suffering from inadequate water supply. So we need to be cognizant of that and support all of California in this way. So this is my report. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a big week in Petaluma with Butter and Eggs Day coming, and as mentioned, the opening ceremonies this past week, where I was able to provide a proclamation to the Good Eggs, Mitch and Barbara Lind, as well as a proclamation to the Grand Marshal, which is Rebuilding Together Petaluma. And they're such a good organization that I just wanted to provide a shout out to them tonight, particularly since Saturday past was their work day, where they put in so much work for people in need on repairs of their houses. And most of that effort was focused in our mobile home park communities. And so I think there's a lot of awareness for where the need is and opportunities for where we can make things better. I also want to mention that on tomorrow's Board of Supervisor agenda is the update of Measure O, the mental health tax in the county. And it's a fund that improves and it adds funds to all the mental health services in the county, of which Petaluma is certainly a beneficiary. The key takeaway from the Oversight Committee, which I'm on, is that they're pulling in more revenue from tax than they had anticipated, which is a good problem. But now we have to get through the process of putting the money to work and putting it out in the community, and that's a much slower process. So the Oversight Committee is encouraging a more rapid push out of the funds available. And that is most of it. I'm hoping our city manager will want to say something about the budget discussions that we have coming up this year. And I'll pass it to you.
Perfect timing, Mayor. Thank you. In anticipation of our budget workshop in May, we are inviting the community to join us for a virtual workshop this Wednesday to learn more about how the Petaluma city budget works, how funds we use, how they're allocated, and that will be led by our finance director, Corey Garbarolio. And she'll walk folks through and avoid acronyms and definitely approach it much more from a layman's standpoint. So I'd really encourage folks to attend. It's virtual, and if you go to our website, it's on April 19th from 5:30 to 7:30. So you can join via Zoom. And that's all I have to add tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll be moving to the consent calendar of items here, and I'm looking for anyone want to modify the calendar. Councilmember Healy.
I had a couple questions on number 9, so I could ask them now, or we could pull that and ask it later.
No, let's do it. Let's have any council questions at this time. And Councilmember Healy.
So this is the repealing of the drought resolution. Could staff please clarify, because I think it was confusing to us, and I'm sure it's even more confusing to the public, what the rules are with respect to ornamental turf irrigation on commercial landscaping is going to be going forward?
I'd like to ask our Water Resources and Conservation Manager, Chelsea Thompson, to speak on that.
Yes, good evening. The prohibition or the ban on ornamental turf in commercial, industrial, and institutional properties has been in effect since last year and will be in fact through June of 2023. This is a statewide regulation set in place by various statewide emergency water conservation regulations that have been in place throughout the drought. The city of Petaluma has done messaging to property management companies and to commercial and industrial irrigation customers on this ban, but has chosen to not enforce it, especially because we were in stage 4 and had been enforcing a 2-day-a-week watering restriction. So the city of Petaluma does not have, the city has the ability to enforce all statewide regulations, and has chosen to not enforce the ban on ornamental turf irrigation.
So just to clarify, so we will not be enforcing that ban going forward, or is that just what was going on up till now?
We will not be enforcing that ban going forward, and the state plans to revoke that restriction. That restriction ends June, at the end of June of this year.
Okay, thank you. And then the other point I would make on this, and it's kind of a question, it's kind of a comment, but when we were in the stage 4 drought restrictions, we were implementing stages that were designed decades ago to achieve certain levels of conservation, and those levels are really badly out of date and need to be reviewed because they don't take into account the enormous amount of conservation that's been built into the system over the last 20 years that everyone does. And so I would hope that going forward, we can revisit those tiers so that the next time there's a drought, and there will be a drought, that we have tiers that are designed to achieve the percentage cutbacks that we need. So that's all I had. Thank you. And with that, I move the consent calendar.
Thank you. Councilmember Gator Thompson?
I just have a quick comment on this, because I'm seeing about landscaping and Caltrans and the Pocket Park possibly on Stewart Drive, and I'm just glad to see that that's a possibility. And I realize it doesn't have anything to do with what we're voting on tonight, but I want to put it in everyone's head.
Okay. And I also had a comment about the repeal of our stage 4 ordinance. I guess that takes us to stage 0. We're out of drought. But question again for staff, there are still restrictions on us from the state level. Could we, we can fill pools, but I guess we're still requiring construction water to come from our recycled side. Could you recap quickly what the state mandate means to us, independent of our conservation efforts?
Again, yes. So there are still, so various statewide water conservation regulations have been in place since 2021. The governor recently lifted several drought-related restrictions and kept several in place, such as prohibiting drinking water from being used for construction and street cleaning purposes unless no other water source is available. The city has the authority to enforce these restrictions, and the resolution before you tonight also authorizes the city manager to enforce the statewide emergency regulations for their effective duration. The request for the use of potable water for construction purposes has recently been brought to our attention, and staff need time to evaluate the climate facts of hauling recycled water for construction purposes before making a recommendation on whether or not to enforce that prohibition.
Okay, thank you. And we have a motion by Healy. Did we get a second by Posake? And may we have a roll call vote, please?
If we can just open public comment before.
Yeah, we should do that, shouldn't we?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
my bad. So I'd like to open public comment for the evening. Have we received any public comment ahead of time on this?
No comments on the consent calendar prior to the meeting.
And can we read our script for the Zoom audience?
Sure. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to an item on the consent calendar should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. Okay, and at this time, I do not see any virtual hands raised.
Thank you. And I have no speaker cards and no Zoom participation, so we'll now close public comment on the consent calendar. And now we will move back over to the roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes?
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now we'll move to public hearings and matters of consideration for the evening. Item 10, which is an ordinance amending our residential tenants protection. And at this point, I continue to recuse myself on this item and under the advice of our city attorney, as I am a landlord in town. And so I will pass the gavel to our vice chair to actually read the item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is an introduction, first reading of ordinance amending Chapter 6.60 entitled Residential Tenancy Protections of the Petaluma Municipal Code and finding this item is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 1538(7)(b)(5). And the mayor has recused himself, so we're going to go ahead and ask the city attorney to.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, and thanks, Madam Clerk, for getting the slides ready in the background. I'm going to leave them idling there for just a brief moment. For those of you that don't know me, members of the public, I'm Eric Danley, the city attorney. As the Vice Mayor indicated, we're here to present to the council for potential introduction an ordinance that would amend the city's tenant protection regulations in Chapter 6.60 of the Municipal Code. Sure, I'll speak closer. Sorry. I tend to either be too loud or too quiet, so I'll try to hit a happy medium. Is that better? Really? Because I'm hearing it fine through the speakers. How's this? Okay, so I'll be right over the mic. That's fine. Thank you for letting me know. So I'm going to just briefly talk about sort of how we got to here, and then our goal tonight is to set up a pretty focused discussion for the council and the public in response to the direction we received from the council on March 6th about amendments they wanted to see to the existing city regulations, and also some questions they directed staff to respond to, which we've addressed in the materials and we'll be talking about tonight. And then obviously there are a lot of folks here who want to share their views with the council and their community members, which is great. And then what we hope to do is do whatever straw polling is needed to confirm what the majority direction of the council is, and hopefully be in a position for the council to take action on the amendments. So in terms of how we got here, the council adopted on September 12, 2022, Ordinance 2823 NCS that enacted the existing residential tenancy protections. There was a rush to get there because of concerns about expiring COVID-based protections for against evictions in Sonoma County. That ordinance was adopted with a sunset date of March 1, 2023, and when the council enacted it, they directed staff to gather input from stakeholders in the public, as well as data on the potential impact of the regulations. And however, because of that deadline, it would have been necessary for the new council at its very first meeting to take action to avoid a gap in the protections, so that to allow time for the outreach that the council directed staff to do. They extended the expiration of the regulations until July 2023, and they took that action on January 23rd. So in terms of the outreach, many people have taken part in it, but for those that have not, we had stakeholder meetings with the Petaluma People Services Center on January 25. We had separate stakeholder meetings with tenant advocate organizations and property management and real estate organizations and property owners on January 26th. On February 1st and 4th, we had community workshops. One of those was virtual and the other was in person. We presented on the regulations and potential amendments that the council could consider, and also heard recommendations from members of the public, both against the regulations continuing at all and possible amendments to them. And then on February 4th, staff released a survey to the community to get further feedback about the regulations and possible amendments. And then, as I mentioned already, on March 6th, the City Council conducted a workshop to hear public comment and give staff direction. So here we are in response to that direction. And if you could bring up the next slide, please, Kendall. That would be, or whoever's driving. Thank you. So these are the changes that the council directed staff to return with to the city's existing regulations. The first is what's referred to as a mom and pop or a small property owner exemption. The next was a temporary tenancy exemption. The next was an amendment to have the protections begin in the beginning of a tenancy. The council also directed that we align the just causes for termination of rental agreements with those of the Tenant Protection Act, the state law. The council majority also directed that we remove the Ellis Act protections that were in the regulations, except that we provide for a 6-month right of return when a property owner indicates that they're permanently withdrawing a property from the rental market and then actually returns it to the rental market within 6 months. Council directed we also add relocation assistance for no-fault terminations and meaning increase that assistance. Allow for sale of a property that box is a little confusing. Really, what the direction was to have sale of a property be permissible as a just cause for terminating a tenancy, and then also to have a transient tenancy exemption. So I am going to talk a little bit about where and how we implemented those things before returning or moving to a discussion of what the council requested in the way of further information from staff. So the small property owner exemption, give me just a moment. That is in, that is in section 6.60.030 of the ordinance. In part B1, part B2, an exemption for small property owners that applies or that exempts from the regulations residential rental units of owners that are not real estate investment trusts or corporations or limited liability companies that own 2 or fewer such units and that have provided written notice to the tenants in the rental agreement that the residential property is exempt from the chapter. So a couple of things on that. Oh, and then that section prescribes the notice that must be given. So one of the things that is the case with the Tenant Protection Act that we haven't talked about so much is that it exempts single-family dwellings, residential dwellings, both from its rent control regulations, the limits on rents that can be charged, and from its just cause regulations, which are the regulations that limit the bases for terminating for terminating rental agreements. And in the Tenant Protection Act, a requirement of that single-family exemption is that the tenant get notice that they're not in fact protected by the Tenant Protection Act. And so we thought it would be necessary in incorporating a small property owner exemption in the Petaluma regulations, since under the Tenant Protection Act, once we adopt local regulations, the tenant protection doesn't apply. The Tenant Protection Act doesn't apply in our jurisdiction, to provide that same notice for the same reason it's included in the Tenant Protection Act. That's the implementation of that item of council direction. The next issue was temporary tenancies, and that is addressed in the same section 6.60.030. Item B3, which is the exceptions, and it's pretty straightforward. It exempts temporary tenancies as defined in the chapter, and that's in the definition section. And that definition is, let me flip to it, is tenancies in the primary residence of the owner that are of less than 12 months in duration pursuant to an agreement specifying a date when the rental agreement will expire. The tenant shall surrender the unit so the owner may reoccupy it as their primary residence. So that's the implementation for the second directed amendment by the council. The third directed amendment was protections on day one of the tenancy. And so that too was reflected in that same section, 6.60.030, which says, except as provided in subsection B, the provisions of this chapter should apply to tenants and tenant households on the first day of the term of rental agreements for dwelling units. So that's the third amendment. The fourth direction was a kind of a broad one that, as you'll see, and as we talk through the other items addressed in the staff report, is kind of a broad sort of almost like a policy direction that the council gave in response to a lot of the public comment that they heard, and that was align the just causes that based on which it's permissible to terminate residential tenancies with those in the Tenant Protection Act. So that's exactly what we did. Hewing, with one exception, which is an error that I'm going to flag for you in a moment, because I'm going to ask the council if they introduce this to introduce it with a correction. But so it's section 6.60.050 in the ordinance, requirements for termination of tenancies. B lists the at-fault just causes that are permissible for terminating rental agreements, and D lists the no-fault just causes, meaning terminations for no fault of the tenant. And we've used the exact same terminology, and we've included a blanket reference to incorporate the terms of the TPA to the extent, Tenant Protection Act, to the extent we don't have separate definitions in our ordinance. So those provisions now track to the tenant protection just causes, but I had an error in item B2 of the regulations that was brought to our attention by a number of folks, including Margaret. Thank you, Margaret, with legal aid. And that is the breach of rental agreement basis, at-fault basis for terminating a tenancy. Currently, it says in what we provide to the council, the tenant has committed a breach of the lease as described in paragraph, et cetera, reference to the Civil Code, like in the Tenant Protection Act. But we need to insert the phrase, so it says, insert a phrase so it would read, the tenant has committed a breach of a material provision of the lease, and then it will accurately track to the Tenant Protection Act, just causes as intended. So apologies for that, council, and I'm glad that was raised to our attention so we could correct it. The next directed change from the council was to eliminate the Ellis Act provisions in the regulations. We also got, while we've received correspondence regretting that removal or advocating against it, we also got some responses from some of the advocates, both for the landlords and for tenant organizations, that they had concerns about preemption related to the Ellis Act implementation. Regardless, the council's direction was to remove it, except for to retain a 6-month right of return for that situation I mentioned when a landlord purportedly is removing their property from the rental market and then re-rents it within 6 months. So That is implemented, let me just go to that note. That's implemented in section 6.60.090, titled appropriately enough, re-rental of withdrawn dwelling units. And it provides that if a dwelling unit subject to the chapter that was withdrawn is offered again for rent for residential purposes within 6 months of the date it was deemed withdrawn, the owner must first notify the housing manager in writing of the owner's intention. And then B, the paragraph B, provides for a right of return and first refusal of tenants that have given notice so that they can be provided that opportunity. So that is the implementation of that direction from the City Council. Another of the council's most fundamental amendment directions was to increase the relocation assistance for no-fault terminations. And I'm going to turn to that. That's addressed in section 6.60.080. What's important about this, I think, structurally, it's maybe in the amendments presented tonight, maybe the most important one is it, I think, plays a little bit of a proxy role in lieu of LSAC protections, because what we were directed to return with was to require for no fault terminations of rental agreements, that is, for no fault of the tenant. The relocation assistance must be provided that's equal to 250% of 1 month's rent under the rental agreement in effect at the time of the notice, or $11,000. Whichever's the lesser, and also in that provision it would provide that the $11,000 would be adjusted annually to track to the consumer price index. So that is a I think folks are going to address this tonight in their comments, or the public comments, but that's significant relocation assistance for displaced tenants. It's a significant decision that property owners need to confront as to whether they're going to terminate a tenancy. Also, in response to the last direction the council gave us for an amendment, to provide that terminating a tenancy for purposes of sale would be permissible, and that change has been made too. What this structure presents, I think, can be thought of as a sort of a business decision. So a property owner can decide whether they prefer to sell a property without untenanted, having paid the relocation assistance that's owed to a tenant who's terminated for no fault of their own, or whether they'd rather not pay the relocation assistance and sell the property tenanted. So with respect to so that's reflected in these amendments. And with respect to that last amendment, the seventh one, that is, let me just flag where we address that. Give me a sec. That is, that's really implemented back in section 6.60.050, the termination of tenancies requirements. Under D, the first no-fault just cause for terminating tenancies that's recognized there is permanent withdrawal from the rental market. So that also addresses some of the comments that we heard concerned about potential preemption under state law in terms based on the requirements of the Ellis Act. So those are what we've provided in response to the council's direction. I think we're going to need to go. I'm sorry. I think we're going to want to go through each one of those to make sure that's where the majority still is, or if not where they are, with some straw polling. But before we do that, and we'll follow the slides when we do that, before we do, I wanted to talk about the, and if we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. I wanted to talk about the areas where the council wanted to receive more information, and we've provided that in the staff report, so I'll touch on it just briefly here so we can get to the important part about hearing from the public and receiving the council's direction. So the first was whether nonprofits and government subsidized units should be exempt. What we basically determined in some of our outreach is that there doesn't appear to be a great need from those that are offering the subsidized units, including the city has some limited units that it owns that are subsidized, so that what we've presented does not include an exemption for nonprofit and government subsidized units. So that's a quick gloss of our feedback to the council about that. We provided more detail in the staff report. The second item the council wanted us to return with additional information about was the exemption for units that have received their certificate of occupancy in the last 15 years. The Tenant Protection Act exempt those units both from the rent control, the state rent control of the Tenant Protection Act, and from the Just Cause regulations. Based on our review of the legislative history for the Tenant Protection Act, the real focus of the concern with that exemption was on the rent control more than the Just Cause protections. In the staff report, we included some discussion of Oregon's version of the Tenant Protection Act, which does provide an exemption for rent control, but not for Just Cause requirements. And if the council went forward with what staff have presented tonight, they'd be doing essentially the same thing. We've got some slides that we'll touch on to give some context for what other jurisdictions have done, like we've looked at previously, but that seems to be, most of the local regulations don't provide that exemption, and we've not included it in what we've provided the council, but the council has the ultimate say, of course. So the third item the council wanted to hear more about was limiting the withdrawal of the rental market of tenant households of Petaluma educators and students to the summer months. We've removed those provisions from what we've presented tonight to the council. In the record tonight, in terms of submissions from NAACP, from Legal Aid, and others, is advocacy for retaining those protections. But when we had our stakeholder outreach, there wasn't a lot of strong support that we heard from either tenants or property owners with respect to that, or strong opposition for those, except we did hear some arguments from about potential preemption concerns, again related to the Ellis Act. The other thing I would point out, and it's true, and as we've noted in our prior staff reports regarding these regulations, these protections have been upheld. Ours were based on the San Francisco ones that have been litigated and found to be valid and constitutional, but they're complicated, and even some folks that were sensitive to displacement of students and educators were worried about causing, exacerbating the relocation that tends to happen anyway during the summer months. Eliminating those provisions also has a simplifying effect on the ordinance. It eliminates probably a page of the text of the ordinance, and some significant complexity. And one of the things we heard from the public and the council was to try to streamline the ordinance, including by making it consistent with the Tenant Protection Act and just simplifying the language as much as possible. So that's one way that we can do that. But again, we'll need to hear the council's direction on that issue. The final item was the one about permitting relatives to join the tenant household. The TPA doesn't include those provisions. We haven't returned with those provisions in these amendments. It's not clear to us that landlords can preclude that anyway, because that may be a Fair Housing Act violation to preclude an eligible tenant household member for joining the tenant household under circumstances that don't breach the lease. And remember, the council's direction was to include all the just causes, the at-fault just causes from the Tenant Protection Act, and that includes the violation of the lease for prohibited subleasing. So that isn't those provisions are not included in these amendments. Although, as can be seen in the record and some of the submissions that we've received, some folks are advocating for including those protections. And really, I would say there's some complementary feedback from the tenant advocacy groups, which we appreciate, as well as continued advocacy for some of those for reintroducing some of those same features that we saw in the model that they were originally advocating for, and much of which was adopted with the city's initial regulations. So that is my quick run through, hopefully quick run through the council's direction. And we have some more slides we can present to show some context for where those features show up in which regulations. So if you'd go to the next slide, please, Kendall. So there's a comparison of exemption of nonprofit units, how that's addressed in surrounding jurisdictions. So in Richmond, it is Fairfax, Berkeley, Emeryville, Palo Alto, not in Petaluma, Marin, San Rafael. It is in the TEPA with respect to religious and hospital facilities, and those provisions are in these current regulations, the amendments that are presented, because of the way they track to the TPA. Next slide, please. This is a comparison of exemption of government-owned units. Same comparators. Next slide, please. This shows the comparison of how exemptions for new units within the last 15 years of certificate of occupancy are treated. You can see that's generally not incorporated in the other jurisdictions. The last, can someone else drive for the last slide? Ingrid's driving anyway, duh, sorry. Thanks, Ingrid. What a blockhead. So this is limits to no-fault terminations for teachers and students. You can see the comparison, that doesn't show up very frequently. We know it, though it's not shown here, but we know it's in San Francisco and Berkeley. Next slide, please. Thanks, Ingrid. This is relatives permitted to join the household. It's a little bit of a mix, not in the TPA, not in the interim regulations in Petaluma, not in Marin, yes in Richmond, yes in Fairfax, not in San Rafael, yes in Berkeley, not in Emeryville, yes in East Palo Alto. And that is our last slide. So be happy to take council questions before we get public comments, and then come back to the council for direction. Thank you.
Councilmember Posake?
Thank you. Eric, if we could go back to, I don't know, the slide with the 8 items, the 8 amendments.
Ingrid, would you mind? There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. The bottom left, remove Ellis Act provides 6 months right of return. it seems like that's limited to removal from the market and doesn't apply the way it's been written, for example, to family move-in. And I sort of understood that it would apply to at least most of the no-fault evictions. But it appears to me it only applies to removal from the market. I mean, is that correct or not?
So what we presented and what we thought was our direction, and we'll get a chance to confirm, was to take all the other Ellis Act implementation out. We even took out the recitals referring to it. And I don't know if this was consciously the council's choice or not, but it seemed to be rely instead on more substantial relocation assistance to discourage removal of properties, and instead provide a right of return for a 6-month reoffering of a unit having withdrawn it, which would seem to be a subterfuge or an abuse of that removal right. So hopefully that answers your question.
Well, yeah, it just seems to me like that subterfuge could also occur in a family move-in situation. Am I wrong about that?
It potentially could.
Okay.
Right? But we do get notice, and we do have, I didn't go through it, but because we haven't amended it, but those civil remedies are there, and you'll hear comments from the public about those too, pro and con. So yes, and I'm not trying to do a policy debate, but hopefully that answers your.
Just wanted to, we'll talk more later.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So most of what I have are really comments, so I'll save those until after public comment. But I have one question. So with the relocation assistance, was there any thought given to means testing that and capping it at some percentage of AMI?
No, because I thought our majority direction was to come back with that, but we may, when we do the straw polling, we'll see where the majority.
So if we wanted to add capping relocation assistance at 80% or 100% of AMI, we could add that in tonight.
You could amend it however the majority wants to.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any other council members? Okay, with that, we're going to go.
Janice.
This is more, it doesn't say how much it's going to cost to pay the housing manager to be on the housing register. What is it going to cost the landlords? What's that fee?
The fee provision is eliminated from this.
So how are we going to pay for a housing manager? I asked that question. The housing manager is a staff member, correct?
Right, but their position is already funded. It's not, and there is no fee currently, in part because this is a much more streamlined regulation. To us, it made sense to remove that because the most involved tracking and noticing and those sorts of things we viewed as related to the Ellis Act implementation. So that's why we structured it this way. But the housing manager is a funded position, and I leave it to Peggy to address if she's able, or other staff, what are the funds that support that position.
Okay. My other question is the inspection within 14 calendar days of service notice of termination, that comes at what is the timeline there? And when would they need to be inspected before they get their money for relocation, correct?
I'm just checking because I don't
think.
Page
6.
Thank you.
It says relocation assistance required pursuant to this chapter shall be paid within 14 calendar days of service of notice of termination. And then the inspection takes place, and then if it's found to be the tenant left the unit in good repair, then the relocation assistance is paid. Am I correct?
I don't think so. So it's true that paragraph A talks about the amount of the relocation assistance, and that it's required for no-fault terminations. Paragraph B says the relocation assistance must be paid within 14 calendar days of service of the notice of termination. Paragraph C says if a tenant fails to vacate a dwelling unit after the expiration of a notice to terminate the tenancy that has been lawfully given in accordance with the chapter, the landlord may recover the actual amount of any relocation assistance provided as damages in an action to recover possession of the dwelling unit. So that's a landlord protection.
But what would the timeline be?
Well, the timeline is it has to be paid within 14 days of service of notice of the termination. And there's no link to the inspection. That's a separate, that's just part of the satisfaction of the lease closeout requirements.
But it says, in D, it says relocation assistance required by this section may not be credited against any other relocation assistance required by any other law or shall not
Right.
operate as a waiver of any rights of a tenant may have under applicable law.
Right. So that means if the tenant is eligible for some other kind of assistance related to the termination, the landlord still has to pay the relocation assistance in accordance with this chapter.
Okay,
They can't say, well, we're not going to pay the full amount in Petaluma's regulations because you have this other relocation assistance you're getting from, I don't know, from Petaluma People Services or some other government assistance or something. So that's what that means. But there's no link to the property inspection upon termination of the tenancy.
But if the landlord found that there needed to be some, there was damage done to the unit, does the timeline, does the clock?
So if there were breaches, if there was damage to the property that gives just cause for termination, then the landlord can terminate for tenant fault, and they don't pay relocation assistance. If the property is, if that's not the case, if there's not an at-fault basis for terminating the tenancy, then the landlord has to pay relocation assistance. But if the property's not left in the condition that the lease requires it to be left, then the tenant may or may not receive, part or all of their deposit. So that's.
And does it then go to a legal, like the tenant and the landlord are
It depends on the facts. There's any number of,
litigation?
It could be a litigation situation. It just could be, it could be the tenant gets their relocation assistance and doesn't get some or all their deposit back. It depends on what the facts are.
It was just confusing, that's all. I just was looking for clarity, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schritz? Okay, basically, two basic questions. First one's about the, when a unit is renovated, and which may require at least a short-term eviction, if not a long-term eviction, as things get changed, and then when the folks can move back in or it's re-rented. And is there anything in what we have here in front of us now that deals with situations of when things are renovated and tenants are required to?
We know that remember the Tenant Protection Act includes at-fault just causes and no-fault just causes, and we've included all of them in this regulation. And one of the no-fault just causes is intent to demolish or substantially remodel, and we've included that in accordance with the Tenant Protection Act language. So it defines what a substantial remodel is. It's not cosmetic changes. It's basically substantial changes that cannot be done safely with the tenant remaining in the unit. So that is a basis for terminating a tenancy. not through the tenant's fault. It requires the payment of relocation assistance. And then if that happened and the property is returned to the market within 6 months in accordance with that other provision we talked about, then there'd be a right of first refusal under these regulations.
Okay, but the relocation, I think, is for the TPA is only 1 month, or one month's rent, and not the relocation that we have for removal of market.
Well, so remember though, the way the Tenant Protection Act works in terms of pruning local regulations is it says local jurisdictions can adopt their own regulations, and if they do, the Tenant Protection Act will, and they have to be more protective, not less. And if they do that, then the Tenant Protection Act, at least the no fault provisions, the just cause provisions will not apply in that jurisdiction. So we have to rely on our own. And so it's not the relocation assistance under the Tenant Protection Act wouldn't apply, it would be ours. So that 2.5 times or $11,000 would apply for the no-fault causes as recognized in our ordinance.
Okay,
So that's permanent withdrawal, owner relative to occupy, intent to demolish or substantially remodel, or government order.
Okay, so that is included in our
Yes,
current
in
documents.
these amendments that are presented to you tonight.
Okay, that's why I wanted to be clear on, because I didn't quite understand if they would be included or not.
Yep.
Okay, the other part is, with all this ordinances that are being proposed here, there's always the process of implementation, review, investigation, and so forth, and tracking everything going on. So do we currently have the city have a plan for developing some sort of rental registry, so we have a database to start with as to what's going on, so we can actually track things? And then do we plan to also implement a task force that would actually, several of the stakeholders on all sides would be working together as a team to review and using like the registry and also whatever they could accumulate in stories that would continue to follow through with this, so that we'd have continuous effort to track what we've done today and continue on? And has that how committee report to us? Is there any movement from us to do that, or should we be doing that as well as implementing an ordinance?
This doesn't present that. I don't believe we received the direction to do that. Rental registries are more common in actual full-on rent control regulations, where you have a rent control board and a whole and we would certainly need a fee structure if we were going to do that, and we need to have staff, and we need revenue to support that staff. What we've presented instead, as we typically do, given the city's size and limited resources, which are much better than before Measure U, but still very limited, is to provide a more of a self-policing regulatory scheme. It's more straightforward. That's one reason why a private right of action is important for tenants to be able to challenge in court and recover attorney's fees in case of violations that a court finds of the city's regulations. Remember too, this scheme does not provide for local rent control. It's the Tenant Protection Act that still does that, and it would still be in effect doing that for the properties that aren't exempt. And as I mentioned, the single-family properties that provide the required notice are in fact exempt. So no, I don't think we've received that direction, and we've tried to provide something much more streamlined than that. That would be a very significant undertaking in terms of city resources. We have reserved, on behalf of the city, as well as tenants and their legal counsel, the right to enforce violations if we choose. And, we generally do hear from folks if there's significant violations that are occurring. So that's a possibility. We're not obligated to do that, but we can. And if we were to, we have the full range of remedies available in our municipal code for code violations, administrative, civil, criminal, the whole ball of wax. So So that's a possibility, but again, what we haven't presented, I don't think have been directed to present by the full council is a much more substantial regulatory scheme, such as would have a rental registry, because that takes constant updating, and it's, as in my experience, it's typically associated with local rent control boards, et cetera.
Okay, so with this ordinance, if it goes into effect, what is the impact for city staff and resources for the engagement and the follow-up of the ordinance as is? So what's the implications for the city at this time to implement this? Are we depending on the legal aid folks to come back and support it and follow through, and that would be their job to follow up on all this? Or how does the city get involved continuing forward?
Well, I think we've, because we do have regulations on the books now, we've gotten a glimmer of what that looks like. Certainly, I think legal aid would play a role, as they have, and would continue to in terms of serving the clients that are eligible for their services, and rural legal aid would too. And so would we. We've provided a lot of information on our website. We've provided the statutory or the regulatory notices that landlords are required to give. We've provided them in English and Spanish to make sure that the notices are accurate, to make it easy for property owners to provide those. There's a lot of information, like frequently answered question responses. We have been getting sort of ad hoc questions from property managers and landowners that we answer about, so how does this work? Especially now when we've got certain regulations on the books, knowing that the council may be considering amendments. It's potentially especially confusing for folks, but we would continue to answer those questions because, we worked on these regulations, so we're very familiar with them. We might, I know that Petaluma People Services would continue to provide the fair housing services they have provided to the city for the last 35 years, and they work as kind of a liaison between property owners and tenants to help explain things. So they would be a resource too. So that's what we anticipated. I think it's, our housing department would be involved, as they are with also the city's mobile home rent control regulations, and my office would be involved, but I think at a manageable level. And that's partly, we've taken that into account into what we've presented to make sure that we don't, I'd be remiss if we presented regulations to the council that were going to be paper regulations because we couldn't implement them for real. So if we had concerns about that, we'd certainly be raising them. It's a totally fair question, but that's my answer. Thank you.
One of the concerns that was also brought up was a level of noticing that this ordinance is requiring, so that every single time a notice would have to come out, it has come out in at least two languages. Is that correct that there would be noticing possibly several times a year rather than once a year? Could we just do a once a year noticing and say that's adequate for rights of protections and things? Or do we have to continue the stream of noticing throughout every single process throughout?
You're talking about Mr. Raff's letter. I
Yes.
think that's an extreme example. The other thing is we've provided the notices. What we haven't provided, the regulations say the notices, the required notices that we've provided we've provided in both English and Spanish, have to be given at various times. Let me see. They have to be given regarding termination. There are also notice of the rights that are, where are they? Oh, darn it. Bear with me a second. Here we go. So it's in section 6.60.040, where it provides landlords must provide tenants each tenant a current notice of their rights under the chapter using the form of the city's provided for that purpose, so they don't have to come up with it on their own. In fact, they're required to use our form within 30 calendar days of the chapter taking effect. When entering a lease or rental agreement, they're sending out a lot of paperwork, so that's additional paperwork. When renewing a lease or rental agreement, I think the same is true. When providing a notice of a rent increase, which I think that's a pretty important time to notify tenants of their rights. Within 30 days of notice by the city that the rights under the city's regulations have changed. So if the council adopts the amendments within 30 days of that, when the property is listed for sale, or within 30 days of acquiring title to the property, so when the buyer acquires it. So, and then notices need to be in English and Spanish. If the rental agreement's in a different language, also in that language. Failure to comply with those makes rental increases invalid until they're cured. So, given that we've provided the notices, I mean, this is the council's regulations, but I don't think that's excessive. And you know,
I just wanted to get your evaluation of that.
That's what I would say. And I would add with respect to Mr. Raff's letter and Ms. DiMatteo's letter and their joint letter previously, I mean, I believe, I don't think we've done it quite the way they might have preferred, but I think we've addressed all the things they requested in their joint letter. And so, and if there are more questions about that, I'd be happy to address them. But you know, specifically things like streamlining, tracking to the TPA's definitions. We took that all seriously because the more understandable the regulations are, the less trouble they're going to be for folks to follow, and the better they will serve their intended purposes. So we're happy to take and implement those suggestions. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for your answers. Okay, I'll pass it on.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and the public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. If providing your comment in Spanish, we ask that you pause after each sentence to allow translation. The moderator will pause the timer when the translator is speaking. And I'm going to ask the city clerk if there's been any.
Madam Vice Mayor, yes, we received 88 public comments prior to the meeting. That was with the 4 p.m. cutoff time. We've received about a dozen since then that will be posted online tomorrow.
Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. Actually, I'm going to ask the moderator.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. To the public, I think my mic is working again. Thank you for your patience. Members of the public attending in person should bring their speaker cards to the clerk's desk if they have not already done so. Members of the public attending online who wish to speak on this item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And as of now, we have 4 virtual hands raised.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start. I'm going to start with people that have children. So I know that there's 2, but if there's more people that have children, please let me know. David Marshall?
And how many minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If I could just give a polite reminder to all speakers to please speak clearly into the microphone so that we can all hear you.
Will there be a timer? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, this ordinance has been controversial from the beginning, particularly among landlords. However, when we examine the text, we find a generally moderate, well-tailored piece of legislation. It does not radically change the dynamics of the local housing market, but instead provides a range of reasonable, common-sense protections for residential tenants. Indeed, many of the more expansive protections, such as greatly enhanced Ellis Act protections, particularly those affecting elderly and disabled individuals, as well as the right of return in certain cases involving substantial remodels, have been removed. And while I personally support these provisions, I remain steadfastly in support of the ordinance. One of the most significant provisions of the bill is also one of the least burdensome, namely Section 6.60.040, which requires that landlords provide tenants with a notice of their rights under the ordinance. Put simply, an informed and educated public is one of the simplest and most effective means of preventing abuse. Providing tenants with a statement of their rights imposes no significant burden upon landlords, but could mean the difference between stable housing and homelessness for an at-risk tenant. Another significant provision is 6.60.80, which provides enhanced relocation assistance in cases involving no-fault terminations. I personally have lost count of the number of cases involving tenants who wanted to move but literally could not afford to leave. While this may increase costs in the short term, I have every confidence that it will allow a significant number of tenants to hire movers, pay a security deposit and first month's rent, and move on without the need to involve the courts. These regulations also come without overly burdensome restrictions upon landlords. They retain their ability to terminate tenancies for the full spectrum of at-fault just cause allowed under the TPA. Many of the most protective requirements have been stripped away, and even rules applying to small property owners only apply to ownership of rental properties in Petaluma, allowing extensive rental holdings outside of the area. This bill currently represents the best and most promising avenue for introduction of meaningful and appropriate local tenant protections, both in Petaluma and Sonoma County. I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you very much. Asaya Gonzalez, is Jesse Goldstein in the room? Is Jesse? Asaya, is Jesse in the room? Okay, great, thank you. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Asaya Gonzalez. Thank you to everybody who has dedicated their time to this topic. I'm disappointed that we have to continue to stand up here and advocate on behalf of why these are important. But I understand that some people need to hear it over and over again because they've never experienced it. I am grateful and proud to be able to stand up here and share my story. I am grateful that I have continual access to mental health care resources to be able to sort out the PTSD that I have as a result of complex trauma. However, that is not the case for a lot of other tenants who I'm sure would love to be able to stand up here and share those experiences with you as well. God, it would be a disservice to my legal immigrant Mexican grandmother who went repeatedly to Sacramento to advocate on behalf of the Ellis Act, to see it removed from our proposed ordinance is upsetting to say the least, as we are Petaluma and we are choosing to set an example. We've removed these provisions, and in that way, we're paving the road for any other city around us who wants to do the same thing. I anticipated having 2 more minutes. I'll go back to my kids.
Thank you very much. Carol West?
Hi, good evening. My name is Carol West. I've lived in Petaluma since 1993. We rented for the first 10 years before we were able to purchase a home. I'm a community health worker and know through personal experience that safe, secure housing is a public health issue. Please think of the people you love and care for when you cast your vote to uphold tenants' protections in Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lena Blanco?
Good evening. Buenas tardes a todos. I'm Lena. I'm here on behalf of the Sonoma County Tenants Union. I'm a lifelong renter and third-generation renter of immigrant parents, and I call Sonoma County home. I am so grateful for the incredible work that you all have put in. Petaluma is truly paving the way to make renter protections possible in our state. There are many cities across the state, as you have studied, who are doing this, and Just Cause is an effective way to truly end displacing tenants. I am so grateful to see our renting families here tonight who have come time and time again and really to double down on the very thing that these are protections. This is not an attempt to steal anyone's power. It's to take back what power we as renters have. There are few places where we can advocate for ourselves and our families, but these are the spaces that we have. And so we will continue to fill these halls, and we will bring our kids, and we will continue to fight to make sure that Just Cause, at minimum, is adopted. And thank you for building out that amazing portal that exists in Spanish and English. That's huge. I hope that we continue this momentum and really look to you as the responsibility that you have to really protect our most vulnerable renters in this city and this county, and really pave the way to be a model for our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Angelina Sol-Edos?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Angelina Soldatos, and I am with the California Apartment Association. I am the Director of Local Public Affairs. We strongly urge Petaluma City Council to vote down this ordinance. The cost of relocation payments proposed totaling to $11,000 per tenant is city-facilitated extortion on housing providers. You're subjecting your local housing providers and community members to pay an outrageous fee per tenant. Furthermore, it is to be noted when addressing day one protections that we must acknowledge that AB 1482 was written by the legislator with the intent to give the opportunity to both tenant and housing providers to see if the business relationship was the right fit, thus giving protections after 1 year after tenancy, almost like a honeymoon period for all parties involved. Just Cause protections lead to lifetime tenancies. Therefore, it is strongly advised to follow AB 1482. The City Council should focus its efforts on building upon their community outreach and education on the existing laws afforded to tenants. Petaluma needs to build new affordable housing, not more regulations that will discourage housing providers to continue operating in this city. Thank you.
Very much. Carrie Davidson?
While a lot of effort has been made to revise the original ordinance, and I really appreciate those that have put in the time, and I know several of you council members have had a lot of community in outreach, and we all appreciate that. But I do think the new draft is equally cumbersome, subject to interpretation, and far too wordy. I hope all of you city council members fully understand what effects these suggested revisions will have on not only the landlords, but the requirements of the city staff to implement this long 13-page document that I have read and reread, and I've been in management for 32 years. I've provided thousands of homes to people in Petaluma and apartments, and I still don't understand some of this. And I think that it would be a big mistake to pass this tonight. And one of the questions I have where it says residential owners that have 2 or less properties, that is very confusing to me, because are 2 or less properties an owner that owns a duplex? Is it an owner that owns their own home and 1 rental property, or is it an owner that owns their home somewhere else, has 2 rental properties here? We have an owner that has 2 rental properties here and 1 in Cotati. Are they exempt or non-exempt? I can't make sense of that, and I think 2 properties is too few. Myself and others in the field would be happy to spend some more time coming to a reasonable solution. I know we want to get this behind us. We're all tired of being here and talking about this, but I think we need to simplify this law. It has become so complicated, and I think for the additional bureaucracy and paperwork is just beyond comprehension. It seems that someone is trying very hard to put Petaluma on the map as what not to do with government handling of private property. If you want Petaluma to share the housing problems that befall San Francisco, Berkeley, and Alameda, your ordinance will succeed in accomplishing this. Please do the right thing and let the state's already restrictive laws govern our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diana Kingsbury. And is Jonah in the room? I'm not sure what his last name is. K-N.
Hey, yes.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Diana Kingsbury, and I do just want to say before the clock, real quick. So I think there was a misunderstanding with Asaya. Asaya was given the time for Jesse Goldstein. Jesse had put on the card that he was ceding his time.
Yes, per our council rules, the person ceding time needs to be present or virtually present to cede time.
Okay.
But for
that's
your time here
helpful
being
to know.
seated, I'll just ask the moderator to adjust the clock, please.
Okay.
David,
And Jonah
this'll
is
be
here.
4 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonah.
I apologize for that. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. It's good to know the rules. So we've been here many times. I do want to address just some of the things that have been brought up already tonight, as well as the Ellis Act. So the original purpose of this ordinance was to close the loopholes of the Ellis Act, and I'm not 100% sure how clear we've been, or how clearly it's been understood why that's so important. I don't know if you all read the letter that Lisa Tenenbaum sent, but this was a Petaluma resident, Petaluma renter, who was evicted from her home on the basis that it was going to be taken off the market. The landlord's like going out of business. But that did not happen. Months after getting evicted, and this was after different instances of housing instability in Petaluma, Lisa ended up having to move all the way to Louisiana, leaving the community that she loved. And because of that, she had to go through all that stress, and we're missing her in our community. She found the listing of her unit just months after she was evicted, and it was at a higher price. And we got a call from her on the Sonoma County Tenants Union hotline to that effect. So this is the exact reason why we need to take this seriously and why we need the Ellis Act protections. This is just one story. As we try to really explain, it's very difficult to find a perfect story like that, in the sense that not every Lisa Tenenbaum calls our hotline, right? I know that you all do your best at outreach, but in terms of like reaching out to people who have been through these specific situations, it is difficult to find people who fall into the exact loophole, because they don't just come to us. We're still growing, we're still reaching people. But I really think it is important to make sure that landlords are accountable, because as it stands, landlords can say those things. They can essentially lie and say that they're taking it off the market. Meanwhile, they're evicting someone, displacing someone from the community. They could be displacing children. We've talked at length about the importance of protections for school-aged children, because it has devastating impacts on their mental health and their academic well-being, and even things related to food security. So it is very important. And part of the reason I want to say that you haven't heard maybe as much public outcry is, like, children can't speak up in these scenarios, right? Teachers are extremely overwhelmed. We have supporters who we've talked to who are passionate about just cause protections, but are so absolutely exhausted and busy with grading papers, working 60 to 80-hour weeks. It's difficult to show up for 6-hour meetings every month, right? So we need to make sure that we're keeping those things in mind. I do want to address some of the issues around means testing. I think that it's not, we need to look at this through the frame of you are being evicted through no fault of your own. So it shouldn't matter, even if you're not poor, you still deserve compensation to be able to move. And in terms of the rental registry, I mean, we've sent in this information. Margaret has talked with an organization that provides these services. From what I understand, it's it's negligible, basically. It's cost neutral, because think about it, how much does it cost to prevent homelessness? or to address homelessness. So I do want to address that as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is Asaya Gonzalez still in the room? I think she is. Asaya, I apologize. My doing.
Good evening again, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the remaining 2 minutes. I apologize in advance to the translators. For the amount of time that landlords have spent organizing against this ordinance, I am thoroughly curious how many invited their tenants to gather around a table to go over it, to ask them their opinions. How often do you gather your tenants and request feedback from them? Do you know if they genuinely feel safe behind that door that you are reasonably entitled to open at almost any given moment? Because I can almost promise you that that safe feeling is ever so fleeting. My grandmother advocating on behalf of Ellis Protections has enabled her to do things like put my uncle through college to become a police officer. She's been able to live in the same rent-controlled apartment since the 80s, and I am so proud of her for that, because she gets to live in the Mission District and she gets to preserve culture. She was threatened with rent eviction over and over again. And now my father, her son, who is a homeowner, who happens to be going through a divorce, has somewhere to sleep because she still has that apartment. I wish there was a way to get every landlord to experience a night out on a freezing street. If you guys are able to keep a calendar and know when the rent is due, I think you guys can also serve notices in multiple languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Blake Cooper?
Good evening, everyone. As a lifelong Petaluman and a renter who spends more than 80% of his income on housing and has personally dealt with predatory landlords in the city, I appreciate the time taken by this body tonight. I am here to give a statement on behalf of the Sonoma County Democratic Party. The California Democratic Party's platform supports tenant protection and anti-displacement measures, such as the provisions in the item before this council tonight. And the platform opposes any efforts to weaken such measures. It does so because these measures not only ensure a community's sustainability, but also help to address the crippling poverty and housing instability facing families, workers, and children across the state. Because after all, these measures aren't extreme or radical. They are practical, effective, and in place across a significant number of cities and counties across California. The Sonoma County Democratic Party affirms and advocates for our party platform and does so here today on the matter before each of you, and asks that you not only support tenants' protections, but steer away from the temptation to weaken them. This measure, especially in its current iteration, is modest, but will still help a vulnerable portion of our community in a significant way. This population includes teachers, caregivers, children, emergency workers, healthcare workers, students, and retirees. In other words, our current and future workforce in this community. Some of the very people you thanked earlier in this meeting, in fact. The Sonoma County Democratic Party asks you to consider the values upon which you were elected and hopes to thank you for moving forward to protect our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sunny, no?
Good evening, council members and staff. Thank you for all of your work on this ordinance. I am proud to be part of a community that is prioritizing diversity and inclusion by advocating for these protections for tenants, because we know that tenants tend to be more likely to be low income and people of color. However, I'm very disappointed that the amended ordinance has lost the protections for school-age children and school staff. The council has routinely asked us for numbers, so I'm going to give you some numbers. I'm going to summarize my lengthy written comment that I submitted earlier today. Petaluma City Schools publish their salary scales, and a starting salary for a teacher is $58,300. That amounts to about $4,800 a month in gross income, not net. And the average house in March in Petaluma sold for about just under $800,000, which amounts to a mortgage of just under $6,000 a month. So frankly, teachers cannot afford to buy homes in Petaluma, which we all know, that's a very obvious fact. I'm very lucky that I am a recent homeowner in Petaluma, and particularly lucky because as a proud Petaluma resident, I think it's probably true. I think we can all agree that many of these landlords would probably not rent to me again because of how vocal I've been on this ordinance. And so frankly, the expectation that teachers would be able to come here and parents of school-age children would be able to come here and speak up is really, frankly, unfair. I think that if the council was able to do outreach directly to the schools like Legal Aid had done, you would hear the same outcry that we heard, which was that they need these protections, they cannot afford to live here, and they're scared to be evicted. I'm going to give you one more number. I'm going to give you the number 3. I was reached out to this last week by a family, by a friend of a family of 3 generations of Petalumans, a grandparent, a parent, and a kid. The kid goes to the school that my son will go to next year. And they were given notice that they had to leave a single-family home based on no fault of their own. And they chose to leave, and they left not only Petaluma, but left not only the house, but Petaluma, because they didn't feel like it was worth trying to fight for their rights. And that's one less family that we have in Petaluma. That's one less family we have in our school system, and that's one less. That's detrimental to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe, is it Sinclair? Joe? North Bay Realtors? You can say your last name, thank you.
Thank you, council members. My name is Joe Schneider. I'm with the North Bay Association of Realtors. Thank you for all your hard work and effort put in thus far in hearing everybody's perspective on this. In engaging with a limited number of stakeholders over the past 2 years to publicly proposing this ordinance did not result in a just or effective process or proposal. Housing providers, tenants, managers, and program staff should be invited to a transparent discussion on policy development. In trying to placate both sides of this policy has somehow simultaneously lost its original intent and became so complicated that it will be very, very hard to implement in real time. As written, this will create long-term irreparable harm to all parties, including the city. We ask you to pull back this ordinance and create a working group with all stakeholders to ensure that this issue gets the debate and input it deserves. However, in speaking with many of you, it is my understanding that the city wants to pass something tonight and put something on the books. With that being said, there are a few amendments that we would like to propose that we also submitted in public comment this afternoon. 1, align with the TPA, the strongest tenant protections in the country in its entirety, and begin tenant protections at 12 months rather than day 1. 2, ensure that the most financially vulnerable tenants are the ones receiving relocation assistance. Create a means test at 80% AMI so the tenants who truly need the assistance are receiving it. By enacting this means test, you are simultaneously protecting housing providers from having to pay relocation assistance to tenants earning $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 a year. Exempt new construction in its entirety. The city is already finding it difficult to attract new housing developers to build much needed housing. This will only further discourage new development. And with that, I want to point to the public comment earlier where the guy was talking about the Planning Commission and the lack of new applicants. This is directly related to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Betty, is it Hodson Rader? I think she spoke at public comment, maybe. Betty? Okay. Carolyn Gavriloff.
Good evening. I'm Carolyn Gavriloff. I'm an owner and property manager at Westgate Real Estate and Westgate Property Management. I want to start with my question that I ask at every meeting, and I still cannot get an answer on, which is, what is the problem that we're really truly trying to solve here in Petaluma? This ordinance does not stabilize the housing market, add new housing units, or provide affordable housing. This anti-housing ordinance does not address the real issue in Petaluma, which is supply. We have new housing units that are completely unaffordable. Please visit the new housing complex on Petaluma Boulevard. It is lovely, but not affordable. The rents are 35% higher than what I charge for a comparable unit. I'm grateful that you aligned the at-fault causes for termination of tenancy with the Tenant Protection Act. Single-family homes should be removed entirely from this ordinance, just like TPA. The notice requirements for the exception is very demanding. With TPA, California gave owners 6 months to notify tenants of their exception. However, in this ordinance, owners must provide notice within 30 days. Lastly, the relocation assistance of 250% of 1 month's rent, 14 days after an owner gives notice, is too much, with many owners will not be able to meet this obligation. Please let the Tenant Protection Act of 2019 have a chance to work, and before adding more complexities to the rental market, please vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Reverend Dara Landrent.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak, and I appreciate your public service, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here with fellow people who care about our town. My name is Reverend Dara Olant. I am a Unitarian Universalist minister. I'm also a renter. I'm also the parent of 2 beautiful children. I'm here in solidarity with the people who have been speaking tonight about making sure that there are tenant protections. And as I've sat here tonight, I've been thinking about what I might be able to add. And I think I feel so passionately about this, both in my role as a clergy person and also personally as a renter. I have come into contact throughout my career serving in the human services with a diverse spectrum of people. And I can tell you that the vulnerability, the instability, the anxiety, and the real impact of not having stable housing is immense. It is ongoing. It is multi-generational. In my career, I've been able to oversee a small community assistance fund where people would be able to ask me to make small contributions that I could on behalf of the communities that I was serving in order to help delegate resources and close gaps. I am aware of how profound and how terrifying the housing crisis is in Petaluma. I want to see a Petaluma that we can all be proud of. I'm grateful to be a renter and have a positive working relationship with my current landlords, but I, in my past history, have certainly experienced that precarious feeling of not knowing whether or not my landlords were going to maintain the unit or not. I've sat here now for over an hour, and I've been looking at this beautiful vision board. And up here, I see a Petaluma, Bright Star, housing for all. And I know that that vision is a Petaluma that we could all be proud of. There is a myth going around that somehow protections like this are giving somehow tenants all the power, and that could just be not farther from the case. Protecting tenants, giving tenants a modicum of power just allows us to have a bit more power to demand compensation, for example, if people are evicted unjustly. I think you've already heard from some people tonight, but it is so true that full-time working parents or parents that are kind of between the margins or closing the gaps with multiple jobs.
Your time is up.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Clayton Ingstrom. Thanks.
I wrote out a speech today, and I timed myself several times, and I was about 2.5 minutes. So now I've cut it off, a lot of it out. The council has received information from all sides, including public safety. This information all comes to the same conclusion. There is agreement that housing is expensive and so are rents. Petaluma has an affordability problem. Petaluma does not have an eviction issue. We are at the same eviction rate as San Francisco, which has more protections, leading to the conclusion stronger protections don't prevent displacement. I am certain tenants care more about rising rents than evictions. The policy before you tonight will not lower the cost of housing, giving relief to tenants. The policy raises the cost of providing rental housing. Filing paperwork with the city will require fees to manage adding costs of providing housing. Tenants' buyouts, relocation fees will add costs to provide housing. Litigation will add to the cost of rents. Adding compliance complexity to the housing provider will drive some to leave the market. Fewer rentals will drive up the cost of housing. I would bet that all those in favor of this policy would not be so inclined knowing this will raise rents to cover its implementation. So here we are again, hundreds of hours of staff time, multiple council meetings, public and private sessions, all following the adoption of a bad policy. This is backwards. Let this expire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Shelley?
Good evening. Couple concerns. I think we're moving in the right direction, but there's work to be done. As far as the mom and pop landlord thing, I'm confused too. If I own two houses and I decide I want to put ADUs on those two properties, and it's going to penalize me, I'm not going to do that. And you're encouraging us to create affordable housing. So that's the one thing to consider. The other thing is listening to all these stories, pretty dramatic and sad, what's happened to a lot of people. But as a landlord, I can tell you that you call me and you have a problem, I come and fix it. You call me and you're having a hard time paying your rent and you need a couple days, I'll give it to you. When you villainize us and make it as though every one of us landlords is out to take advantage of you or do something terrible, honestly, it makes me not want to do this. It makes me not want to be a landlord. It makes me not want to provide the housing that I'm providing. And I said this the last time I was here, but if I sell that house I bought for $260,000 in the year 2000 that I rent for $2,400, the person that's going to buy it for $800,000 isn't going to rent it out for $2,400. So that's something to consider. So I think it would be good if we all take a little bit softer tone and try and understand where each side of the aisle is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom Munder?
Good evening. Local housing providers are in the hot seat again tonight. For me, a senior dependent on rent who lives in the same building with his tenants, this ordinance amounts to elder abuse. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only septuagenarian here whose hard work and financial security have been undermined by your rule changes. There are 4 items that need attention. On page 3, please strike paragraph 2 or else honor its intent. It is disingenuous and insulting to acknowledge landlords who live on the same property with their tenants and then fail to follow through with any corresponding provision in the actual code. Number 2, 250% relocation assistance is a bit high, considering that 1/3 of that amount is a new security deposit, not truly an expense, but a forced savings account to be returned to the tenant at a future date. Number 3, attorney fees. Regardless of this ordinance, my rental agreements will continue to state that in the event of a dispute between landlord and tenant, each party will pay its own attorney fees. Number 4, expiration date. It is arrogant and irresponsible not to include an expiration date. This ordinance depends upon and dovetails with the state TPA and must expire at the same time. Regarding unintended consequences, I have some predictions. In the next 2 years, while there may still be a glut of corporate-owned apartments in the pipeline, there will certainly be fewer single-family homes for rent as landlords exit the market. Rents for scarce vacant homes will skyrocket. Prospective tenants will suffer an increasingly competitive and arduous screening process. Ultimately, only a select...
Thank you. Your time has expired.
I got one more sentence. You've let other people go over.
You are.
Ultimately, only a select, highly qualified few will have the privilege to rent from Petaluma.
Thank you very much. David Marshall?
I already spoke.
Thank you very much. It's Corey Johnson, and this is your seating time to Margaret DeMeo and also Helene Dorenfeld, so you get 9 minutes. 6 minutes. Goes back to 3 minutes.
I don't really want all 9 minutes. I was just afraid someone was going to leave. But I appreciate everybody for giving me the chance to speak. And I appreciate you all for the work you're doing here, city staff, city council. I really feel like, you have connected to the people in this case, and I'm talking about the vulnerable communities in Petaluma. And so on behalf of Legal Aid, I just want to point out that we did submit a lengthy legal analysis of this. I got it in as soon as I could, which was yesterday, but it was before Monday. And I want to acknowledge there are some great changes in this ordinance, which I pointed out in the letter. My concerns are primarily around the no-fault just causes, because it's clear you want to protect tenants who are being evicted to no fault of their own. If you want to protect tenants, don't remove the protections. When we track the no faults just causes with the TPA, we put back in all the loopholes that we came here to address. The Ellis loophole, the substantial renovation, which is called renoviction and is currently at crisis levels in other parts of the state, the substantial rehab loophole, the owner move-in loopholes. The TPA is streamlined. It was backed by the California Apartment Association because it was watered down after months of money being spent campaigning and legislating. It was the bottom. It's the bottom of the ocean for tenant protections, and what we're doing here is supposed to be improving on that. So what I would recommend is that you don't remove the safety nets that were in the interim ordinance. I understand the language can be unwieldy, and I did say with Dan Raff that it could have been simplified, and it could. But these are people we're talking about. We don't streamline something that's going to sacrifice somebody's rights so that we can all understand what it is. It is the attorney's job to make a law that will withstand legal scrutiny. And as the city attorney said, these laws track with other jurisdictions who have such protections and have withheld legal scrutiny. In fact, San Francisco and Berkeley both have owner move-in safety nets in effect that have repeatedly upheld legal scrutiny at the court level. But those safety nets are removed from this ordinance in the efforts of making it match the TPA. So I would encourage you to look at the language we provided in our letter, which has specific examples of these safety nets. And there are a few. Saying you're going to move into a house when you already live in a unit in the property, that shouldn't be allowed. Saying that you're going to displace a senior or disabled person who's lived there for 10 years so that your grandson can move in, who is maybe like a 20% owner of the property, that should not be allowed. There are things that people who do have owner move-in protections use. Other jurisdictions have models. So I recommend returning to that and putting teeth in there. I have some points that I just wanted to raise of things that I've heard tonight. These regs have been in place for 6 months. I have not heard that there has been any complication, any administrative burden. In fact, the work is already done. The work has been done, and it has been a lot of work, and you guys have made it as easy as possible for a landlord to comply. Legal aid will step up and provide education to the community where necessary, just like they do in other communities when new laws are passed. We have Petaluma People Services that I'm sure would also be willing to do so, and provide not only tenant education, but landlord education, because landlords need to understand how to comply with the law so that they can do their job and do it ethically. One other thing is the idea that ADU production would be inhibited, I think is kind of ludicrous, because SB 9 is a law that was passed that allows for expanded ADU production. We have seen in the news that SB 9 did not spur housing growth. And the idea that a hypothetical landlord might hypothetically convert a property to have 4 ADUs we should not sacrifice a tenant and expand the small property ownership exemption, which I think is great. I don't want it, but if you're going to have one, I think it's specifically narrow enough. It's units in the city that somebody owns, 2 units. And you could have a single family home, an ADU, you have 2 units. Those are exempt. You do not have to comply with this modest ordinance that says you can't evict for no reason. The school age child and educator provisions, the comment that there was not strong support, I refute, because legal aid has been asking for them since the beginning. We had Mary Reynolds from Miwok, the principal, came here last time and asked for them. The tenants union, NBOP, this is all part of our common requests because of the fact that there are studies that show that children need stability and there's traumatic impact on their lives for the rest of their lives. So if we can say in an owner move-in eviction, not Ellis, that's the preemption issue. In an owner move-in eviction, you cannot move in during the school year. Yes, there are some yearly schools. Let's talk about traditional school years. It's done in San Francisco and all these other places. They don't have problem with the time constraints. It can be done. So closing those 3 loopholes in the no fault, I think, is essential. And one last thing, it was referred to that the Ellis Act, the 6-month right to return applies to sub-rehab, and that is not the way the ordinance reads. There is no right to return for sub-rehab in this ordinance, so I would request that you put it back the way it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Jojo Oliver.
Well, here we are again. Thank you, everyone, for another wonderful late night. Just a brief story about how I came to be in Petaluma. My wife and I traveled around the country, and when we came here initially, she was a traveling medical professional at the time, and we came here and we fell in love with Petaluma. We really liked working at she really liked working at PVH. She loved the people there, and we just really enjoyed the town. Like I've said in passing, Petaluma reminds me of I grew up in Chico, and Petaluma reminds me of the Chico that I was promised growing up. And it did not deliver on that promise, if you're wondering. When the opportunity came for us to come here permanently, arose. When that opportunity came, we took it right before the beginning of COVID, as it happens. The apartment we moved into initially it's not great, but when we were here before, we had the dubious pleasure of renting from some of our local landlords, 2 of them, in fact, over the course of a 9-month period. So that should tell you about how well the first one went. And the second one, we had issues where there were problems like regular maintenance that needed to be performed on the house. And their response was to illegally lock us out of the thermostat by putting a lockbox over the top of it and running it through a Nest from their place out in Hawaii. So, what I'm saying is that these protections are important. You can't leave it up to an honor system maybe one person will follow it. Seems like other ones aren't that interested. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much, Michael Thorne.
Hi there, my name's Michael. I'm a board member of the Sonoma County Tenants Union. You know, a lot of people in this county love the phrase housing is a human right, but man, we don't know what that means, I don't think. I think we mean different things by that. And for me, I think it means people should have a house. Ideally, everyone has a house. I think for some people, it just means that, you know, it's a buzz phrase. As long as housing is, you know, reasonable within the limits of the law and the current state of affairs, then that's good enough. But we have a lot to do. I made a comment earlier. I was talking to one of the city council members, and it was brought up that, you know, a lot of tenants might not want to go back to an apartment that evicted them because, you know, as a result, why do we need a right to refusal if people don't even want to come back? Well, I thought about that more, and why don't we just let tenants decide if they want to come back? You know, I think if they don't want to come back, then no harm. But let's offer it back to them, and let's see what happens, because it at least closes that loophole. And I think that's what's critical about the law. I'm in favor of a rental registry. You know, is it extortion to ask landlords to pay moving expenses for tenants when we pay over $2,000 a month, every single month, to rent just to have a bedroom, just to have a place to sleep? I feel like we're the ones who are getting extorted. And yeah, I don't think I was a tenant counselor with Sonoma County Tenants Union. I've never gotten to a point where the TPA helped prevent someone from getting evicted or helped them at all. I think it's not good enough, and it's not a good blueprint for what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter Vorotsis.
Hello, my name is Peter Vorissis, and I found out about this meeting about half an hour before I came here, so I don't have all the details, or I didn't have a chance to write things down, but I was just listening to both sides. I happen to be a small landlord here in town, and I have to say that, you know, you have to look at both sides, because there's good tenants and there's good landlords, for the most part. And there's that little part of bad tenants and bad landlords that cause problems. I've been through this for many years over my life because I grew up in a family that had these type of housing and so forth. I'm from San Francisco, and the worst place to own a place is San Francisco with all the rules and laws they have there. Now, when my mom passed away and we inherited the building that my father had paid for and we had for 70 years in the family, we lost it about 7 years ago because what happened was, because of rent control, my mother wasn't able to keep it up. You know, the rents were at 1/3 what she should be getting, and with all the limits in San Francisco, that was horrible. Same thing happens here in Petaluma. I'm like that one fellow that spoke over there who has a property that I could probably be renting fairly at $2,800 a month, and I'm doing $2,200 a month because I'm a nice guy and they take care of the place. But that's not enough to fix the things that I have to keep fixing when I have to fix the windows, do the roof, the leaking, the paint job, the this, the that. So when people talk about it's expensive to live here, but you have to look at both sides, because for the landlord, it's very, very tough to keep the building up for the most part and collect the rent. I just had yesterday have to put a furnace in a place that cost me $4,500. That's 2.5 months rent, and I'm going to lose out on this deal, but that's what it is. So I'm doing what needs to be done. But please look at both sides, and you have to have, all I ever hear about is fairness to the tenants. How about fairness to the landlords, or some happy medium? So that's really what I wanted to say. It's just, I don't know what the answer is, but I can say, as a good landlord, you know, my tenants are happy, but then I'm under market, and I take care of things. But on the other hand, when more expensive things come up, like this thing just came out now, that's over 2 months of rent.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired. Thank you.
Okay, so just be fair on both sides.
Thank you very much, Laura Talland.
Hello, everyone. My name is Laura, and I am a local here and a property manager as well. And I help with my parents' mom and pop's rentals, which is their retirement solely. I am blown away that meeting after meeting, we have experts in this field, people who have been in the expertise for 10, 20, 30 years plus, and as individuals, and they're not just here to advocate for tenants. They're not here just to advocate for landlords. They're here to advocate for the rental market as a whole. And time again, they show up and they speak their concerns about this ordinance. They see the flaws and the unforeseen consequences of the ordinance, yet their voices seem to fall to the wayside. This is a true letdown, and why their voices are not held to a great knowledge that you can gain from is beyond me, and I'm at a loss. I feel like some of you have made up your minds, and there's really no point in trying to educate you on that. You may on this ordinance and what it will do to our rental market ultimately. Some have had bad experiences with landlords, and now that experience is being blanketed across all landlords. None of you are experts in this field. Eric Danley's not an expert in this field, and nor are his colleagues. This is why they've actually supplied you with some screwed data and misinformation, but you probably didn't catch that because you don't know the ins and outs of this field. Again, why you would go to your experts for that and listen to them. It would be as if I had some questions on vegetation management and I didn't listen to Councilman Scribbs, or if I had any information I needed to know on general internal medicine and I didn't talk to Post-Decay. Instead, I just decided to pull someone out and talk to them and not take the expertise that are sitting right in front of me. I feel like that is happening time and time again. The signs behind us say to protect Petaluma renters, and I believe that, but in order to do that, we need to protect the rental market. Please vote no on this ordinance.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Reel.
Good evening, Council. You might recognize me as the Nothing Burger Girl. Well, let me tell you who I really am. I'm Jennifer Ryle. I'm a property manager for the largest property management company in Sonoma County. We manage over 500 rental homes in Petaluma alone. I also serve as president-elect for the Sonoma Marin chapter of the National Association of Residential Property Managers. I've been in this industry for 10 years. I'm quite literally an expert in this field. You clearly aren't, because if you were, you wouldn't have let this proposed ordinance go this far. I commend you for attempting to tackle the very real housing crisis that faces not only Petaluma, but all of Sonoma County. But this is not the way to go about it. The root of this crisis is affordability, not evictions. We've tried to be courteous. We've engaged in the process. We've provided you with loads of data supporting the fact that evictions are not the problem and that you seemingly think that they are. So now I'm going to be blunt. This law is not going to add a single new unit to the rental market. In fact, it will do the opposite. Your already extremely low vacancy rate will drop even more, making every available unit skyrocket in price. As long as this law is in effect, I will make it my personal mission to actively persuade all of my Petaluma clients to sell their properties. I work with a lot of investors with significant money to spend on property, and I will advocate that they not spend a dime in the city and tell them that their money will be better spent in Rohnert Park or Santa Rosa. This law will have a detrimental effect on the rental housing market. The rental market will have a far-reaching domino effect. In a year or two, when your rental market has shrunk to the point that only rentals you can find are apartments, and the astronomical rents have driven out the low-wage workers from your city, it will cause your restaurants to raise their prices. And when you go out and sink your teeth into a $30 cheeseburger, I want you to remember that the Nothing Burger Girl was right. It's very hard to unring a bell. You still have a chance not to ring this one.
Thank you very much. Pat McDonald.
City Council, staff. My name is Pat McDonald. I'm a housing attorney. I think that makes me an expert in this field. I wanted to thank you all for all of the work that has gone into this and your predecessors. I know that this has been a long process, well over a year. I've been coming to these meetings for a year. I know some of the housing providers and their representatives have been coming here for over a year. Thank you for taking all that input and crafting a piece of legislation that I have differences with it, but I think tenant protections is something that is very important to have here in the city of Petaluma, and it's a priority that this city set several years ago that you have the opportunity to make good on. I want to just raise 2 quick points because I agree with some of the comments from the housing provider side. Petaluma and Sonoma County does have a supply side problem. Absolutely. And I also concede that this ordinance doesn't have an effect on the supply side. It really doesn't affect the supply side at all. I know quite a few developers. I talk with them. If you talk with a developer and you ask, why aren't you building apartment buildings in Petaluma or Sonoma County or California? They're going to say CEQA weaponization. They're going to say permitting hassles. They'll tell you labor costs, supply costs, NIMBY activism. You'll have the entire conversation with the developer and they won't mention tenant protections. It simply doesn't impact that supply side equation at all. You guys have the power to do things about that supply side problem. You could create greater density incentives, upzoning, make permitting more streamlined. You could invest in career technical education at the Petaluma SRJC extension. Those are things that will have a much greater impact positively on the supply side problem here in Petaluma and make those rents potentially able to come down. This ordinance is good for Petaluma renters, and I encourage you to pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Cardenas.
Hello, Council. My name is Davin Cardenas. I am a Petaluma resident since 2018. I live out on Mountain View Avenue. I'm very fortunate to live with landlords who are also wrestling with the fundamental contradiction of being a landlord, and that in part their way of life is subsidized from my paycheck. And I understand that to be a very privileged position to be in, but I also hope that that is a internal conversation that most landlords are having. And I also just wanted to say that I'm very happy to live in the city. It's a beautiful city, and I think hopefully we all share that common ground. And I don't want to be long, but I think part of what Just Cause is trying to do is preserve some semblance of diversity, whether that's class, race, worldview in this beautiful city that we get to live in. We have the privilege of living in. So I hope you all see that as well, and I hope you support Just Cause and continue this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chuck Hildebrand.
Good evening, folks. I'm a longtime property owner here in the county and in the city. I started renting homes in 1978 over in another community and moved over here, and then ultimately moved to Novato to be closer to my business. I'm a doctor of pharmacy and practiced in Marin County, owned some pharmacies there. Anyhow, I really enjoyed Petaluma here. From when I originally moved here, I continued to invest here. I have some tenants that have been with me for 30 years in Petaluma. That's the good news, kind of. These people have never been able to afford their rent. Right now, they are in debt to me for about $300,000 because I was a good landlord. I worked 7 days a week all my life. Took me longer. It took me 8 days a week to get my pharmacy license. Not all landlords are bad, but we do need to get some justification for ourselves. This document here, I know it's all good intentions. These folks seem to be on one side of the aisle or the other. I'm on both. I'm a past president of the Novato Novaro Senior Housing, low income. We have 126 units. I'm a current board of directors person. I have been for several terms. I think I'm a pretty good guy. I think I'm a little stupid by letting people owe me so much money that I'll never claim. But anyhow, a little background on me. I've read about you folks also because I wanted to know who I was talking to, like this gentleman in the scouting. I was the youngest Eagle Scout in San Francisco at 12 years old. anyhow, I'm a good guy. I wanted to just mention a few things that concern me about this ordinance, and I don't think that it should pass.
Sir,
because I
Your
think-
time has
up.
expired.
Pardon me?
Your time is up. You've had 2 minutes.
I had to? I thought I had 5. Sorry. Anyhow, thanks for your service there, and please vote against it for now and come back with a better one.
Thank you very much. Max Bell Alper.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk about this really important issue. I'm wearing a few different hats tonight. So first, I'm wearing the hat as part of the North Bay Labor Council Executive Board. And we just want you to know that thousands and thousands of union members across Sonoma County are watching and are really strongly supporting passing this without removing any safety nets. And one of the things we do in the Labor Council is we have a scorecard where we really look at how do people vote on issues that matter to working people, and housing is a really deeply important issue for working people. I also wear a hat as the executive director of North Bay Jobs with Justice that represents community and labor organizations who may not be unions yet, but farm workers, domestic workers, day laborers, and this is one of the most important issues, and so we strongly urge you to support this and not include to put back in any removing of any of those safety nets that you might take out. And then lastly, strangely, I actually come here wearing a hat as a fellow landlord. And I'd like to ask my fellow landlords here, would any of you like to actually trade places with a tenant? Anyone, just raise your hand. If you'd rather be a tenant than a landlord.
Aiden, you're talking to the city council, not.
I know.
people in
I'm
there.
just curious
So I
because
would appreciate if you just spoke with us.
it doesn't seem like anyone would, and because I think we need to be honest here. The reality is, in this day and age, it is without a doubt better to be a landlord than it is to be a tenant. And we need to be honest about that, and we need to pass the strongest protections possible, because it's the right thing to do. And I urge you to do that tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Aiden Smith.
Hi. I want to thank you all for crafting an ordinance that I think reflects the democracy of this town. I'm very pleased with what this has come to. I don't have a speech tonight. I just want to talk about some stuff that upsets me to keep hearing. I keep hearing the idea that providing notice is restrictive. This is supposed to be your job. The idea that this will raise rents, the rents are rising, guys. The rents are rising no matter what we do, you know? And this idea that it's unfair, that landlords hold the financial burden. Let's look at both sides. The average net worth, based on a 2020 survey of consumer finance, for a renter is $6.3 thousand. The average net worth of a single homeowner, not someone who owns multiple properties, is $255,000. Some quick math, that's 40 times. Renting is not a choice. My rent is half of my income every month, and my savings get wiped out every time my car breaks down or I have to go to the dentist or the doctor. You can say, if you don't want to rent, just own, but it is really hard to save when you are paying someone else's mortgage. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The only power renters get is that which is given to them by their government. It's the job of the government to help protect its most vulnerable. Protect landlords too, that's fine. That's why it's a democracy, but we are the most vulnerable. Please pass these protections. And last but not least, if you're going to sell because of this ordinance, sell to your tenant. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. That was the last speaker card I have. Now we're going to go ahead and go to our Zoom audience.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For our virtual speakers, speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. Please pause between sentences for translation. Threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting. A countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers, and your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. And please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. There are 6 virtual hands, and the first speaker is Daniel Raff. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Thank you. I really wanted to be there tonight, and I'm sorry that I couldn't because I came down with COVID. I still want to make myself available to any any council members who have questions about how I expect this ordinance to work in practice. I know that the council is inclined to adopt some version of an ordinance, and in recognition of that, I focused my latest letter on the serious technical problems with how this ordinance is written. I mentioned in my letter that I actually like the idea of providing notices to tenants. Margaret and I agreed in our earlier letter that the law generally favors tenants, but they might not get the benefit of that because tenants often don't know what their rights are. Mr. Danley is correct that I gave an extreme example of the notices that might be required under the ordinance, but he didn't dispute my point. A landlord could be required to send out the same notices in a 1-year period over and over and over and over and over again. That is extreme, and it doesn't address the multitude of other notices that are required under the ordinance. We can do better, and we can make this ordinance better. And as for the Spanish translations, I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea in theory, but as written, it is completely impractical. The notice to perform I provided with my letter provides a great example of the type of long, customized notice that must be translated under the ordinance. I provide a reasonable alternative that would notify Spanish-speaking tenants of their rights without requiring the entire long, customized notice to be translated. I know the council wants to put this behind us, but you'll notice that the people who are actually having to work through the regulations, the housing providers, are all expressing concerns about the regulatory aspect of this ordinance. This ordinance has significant problems in how it's written, and it needs to be fixed. There were a couple of questions about damage to property and how that works. I don't have time to address that, but I'm happy to discuss that with council members and would be happy to provide a written statement if you would like. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Marty Bennett. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good evening. My name is Marty Bennett with Unite Here Local 2, a union representing workers at the Petaluma Sheraton and 3 other hotels in the county. I am also a delegate to the North Bay Labor Council and represent that organization. The city, county, and state are facing an unprecedented wave of corporate takeover of the residential housing market, including both single-family and apartment units. Simultaneously, low-wage workers are squeezed between rising rents and stagnant renter incomes. U.S. Census data reveals that between 1980 and 2020, inflation-adjusted wages marginally increased for the bottom 60% of workers in the county by just 8%. For the lowest 20% during the same period, wages dropped by nearly 3%, while wages for the top 10% increased by more than 35%. Moreover, between 2000 and 2020, gross annual rents climbed by 28% in the county, but renter incomes grew by just 10%. Many low-wage workers are on the edge of homelessness, displacement from the county to more affordable housing markets, or forced to live in overcrowded housing given skyrocketing rents. There are numerous negative social, health, and financial consequences for rent-burning tenants, particularly if they and their families become homeless due to an eviction. We urge you to adopt strong residential tenancy protections applying that will protect the rights of renters and minimize evictions. The legislation should include all of the changes proposed by Legal Aid of Sonoma County. 30 California local jurisdictions have adopted just cause ordinances, and Petaluma can lead the way in Sonoma County and the North Bay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Lee. Lee, please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Thank you. Thank you for your time on this issue, which is truly a human rights, climate, and disability justice issue. My concern is for the over 20,000 community members, including working families, teachers, and elders in our community who are vulnerable to the unscrupulous business owners who lobby for unjust and unfair evictions. Small business landlords who require our most vulnerable to subsidize their careers. Housing provider is another way of saying my job is you being a worker. Workers who have to have 2 and 3 jobs to afford to pay for your business. In 1995, $20 an hour would be the equivalent of $39 an hour today. I encourage you to protect the most vulnerable community members from threats of landlords who either can't or won't show basic compassion for their tenants through supporting just cause. Good landlords are good people who care about the most vulnerable and support just cause evictions. Again, I think it's important to recognize that a person who is able to get a working class person to pay for their career. And I'm really specifically hearing earlier about buying a water heater. That is the sort of thing people drive Uber for. That is the sort, when a working class person.
Thank you for your comment. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Keith Becker. Keith, please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good evening. While I'm not an attorney, I worry about the construct of this ordinance as it's written because it seems to imply, with all of the complexities of the ordinance, a landlord must abide and comply with each and every step, including those that are confusing. And even missing one particular step can open them to liability, open them to damages and charges and being sued by tenant and tenant advocacy groups. There are those who have said that this ordinance needs to go beyond the Tenant Protection Act because the Tenant Protection Act doesn't work. Today, I sent an email to the city council members, which included information from the Eviction Lab, which is a national organization, which is relatively unbiased, but if it is biased at all, it is biased somewhat in favor of tenants. And they analyzed the increase in the number of evictions in America across the nation between 2021 and 2022. And they listed the top 32 cities in which evictions have increased. Not one of those cities is in California. So the question of, is the Tenant Protection Act working? The answer is obviously yes. The governor stated that the Tenant Protection Act is the strongest package in America. And as a matter of fact, back in 2019, Ronit Rubinoff of Legal Aid called it a powerful step in the right direction. We should honor the Tenant Protection Act as it's written and not tamper with it any further than is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Our next speaker will be Corinne Robles. And I apologize, I'm going to reset the timer. Corinne, please mute yourself and begin your comment. Thank you.
So I'm a property manager and I'm a housing provider that advocates for affordable rental housing. And it's clear that this ordinance needs to disappear and completely exempt single-family properties. It's very clear that new developers are encouraged to create new housing in the area. None of them have, or all of them are exempt to AB 1482. And that same encouragement needs to be given to the generational Petaluma landlords that have helped build Petaluma to what it is today. And they have helped house tenants for generations of passed on properties. It's these landlords that, because of AB 1482, Prop 19, and tough city tenant protection, they're becoming part of the 135 average of rental properties sold per year in the past 3 years. It's essential to preserve landlords' rights as much as it is to protect tenant rights. Without landlords, there will be no more single-family rentals. And these tenants are going to continue to squeeze into these new buildings with little space, and they'll diminish their own rental rights, which they're really fighting to protect. The chance for tenants to rent an affordable 3-bedroom house with a garage, a nice yard for their dog, that's just going to become a rare opportunity. Everything that they're doing to try to protect families, teachers, it's really just going to backfire in the worst way possible by really just forcing more and more people into apartment buildings, because the less affordable single family homes there are, that's the last option, is get an apartment. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Jack Buckhorn. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Yes, good evening, Council and Petaluma staff. My name is Jack Buckhorn. I'm the Executive Director of the North Bay Labor Council. And I must start out by saying I really appreciate the landlords that have shown up tonight and are so generous with their tenants. I mean, I know they're out there, and I believe one of the speakers who said the vast majority of renters and landlords are good, fair people, and I believe that. But this ordinance is intended for one purpose, and that's to make right on a contract that the landlord made with the tenant, and that landlord breaks that agreement for no fault of the tenant. They just walk away from it. As a person who is very much invested in organized labor, we believe strongly in agreements, and that agreement should be fulfilled and upheld. And that's in essence what we're trying to do. When a tenant is asked to sign a lease, they have no power to say, if you violate this agreement on me for something that I made whole. That's all we're asking for, and we think that's very important. So we'd like to see the Ellis Act protections put back in. And again, this only applies to a landlord who would break an existing agreement because of no fault of the tenant. So thank you so much for all your hard work on this, and good evening.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Our final speaker is Karim Sanchez. Karim, please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Karim Sanchez. I am with North Bay Organizing Project, and I first want to express gratitude for everyone's hard work that's been put into this ordinance and addressing this issue, to the city council, city staff, and all the community members who showed up and stayed till this long. I was there earlier myself. I had to get home to put kids in bed, and joining you all on Zoom now. I also want to express appreciation for some comments that I heard earlier that from landlords who were expressing how they're intentionally keep their rents low. I'm hearing empathy, right? Because you understand, as a renter, I myself I have a hard time making ends meet sometimes, right? And I'm hearing that you empathize with that. And I also want to share my empathy that about, working towards investing for your retirement. I'm 33 years old. I have 2 young children, and I often think about how am I going to get to my retirement? And it's really unfortunate that we're pitted against each other. But what I do know is that just cause protections shouldn't affect mom and pop landlords, because my understanding is that they're exempt. So if having one property renting it out so that you can retire, and that potentially selling that or losing that investment scares you. My understanding is that this wouldn't affect these types of landlords. And so I'm calling to show our support for just cause eviction.
Thank you for your comment. Your time has expired, and we actually do have one last virtual hand. And so that is Bill Abbey. And if you could please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hello, I want to thank the City Council for all their work, their hard work. I've noticed that you cited Fairfax as an example earlier, and I'm in contact with some people involved in that situation in Fairfax. And I just wanted to let you know that there is a petition circulating to put both rent control ordinances in Fairfax on the ballot in June of 2024, and to completely eradicate both of them. And if it passes, Fairfax, no rent control will be allowed in Fairfax unless some people start at the beginning and go out and start another petition and get enough signatures to put it on the ballot. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comment. There are no more virtual hands.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
All right.
We're going to resume the meeting, so if everybody will have a seat. Councilmember Shribs? Jesus.
Councilmember Shribs?
Hey, John, Shribs, we're starting the meeting.
It's just about ready to go with the landlords, until Keith came on and talked about how great the TP.
So we're going to go ahead and begin the meeting. Excuse me, can everybody please be quiet? It's over there. So we're going to bring this back to the city council for discussion. And who would like to go first? Well, nobody's raising their hand. I'm going to start with the right with Councilmember Barnacle.
Sure. Thank you for all the commenters. I appreciate, I agree with many of the commenters who said that this is a clear ordinance. I particularly agree with the public commenters from both sides that were more compromising in their tone. I wrote down "tamp it down." I appreciate that for the people who did that, and I appreciate the people who offered specific recommendations. I also agree with the commenter who said that the number of bad tenants and the number of bad landlords is very small. So I don't think we need to be telling everybody to divest from Petaluma, and rather it's a very small number of people that we're helping at a really important time. That's how I view this. So to the person who made a comment about what problem are we trying to solve, it's a very small number of people that are being forced to be moved for no fault of their own, and we want to make sure that they're going to land on their feet. That's the problem that I'm trying to solve with this. I do think that the substantial remodel we should make sure that winds up in as a something. I also agree with the public comment that we need to clarify the definition of mom and pop, because as it reads in here, it says that own 2 or fewer such units in the city. I think we should say 2 or fewer. We need to say rental units. I also appreciate the public commenter who brought up that small landlords with 2 units will be discouraged if they have 2 properties from adding ADUs. Also, if you have a single-family homeowner, I know SB 9, we haven't seen a lot of lot splits in Petaluma, but I want to see more of them, and that would be a disincentive for that. So I would be supportive of making it 2 properties or 4 units, so that if someone has 2 single-family homes, they are encouraged to add ADUs.
Outside of that, I am definitely in favor of the 15 years and not exempting units for that. I've heard the comments that it will stifle housing production, but one of the cities that has passed strong rental ordinances is Emeryville. Emeryville is also one of the few cities in California that is actually exceeding housing goals by like 150% of what their RENA numbers are. They're doing that because they've made housing a priority, and I think that we will too. So I agree with the public commenter who said that housing, that preserving and protecting tenants is a different issue than supply, addressing supply. So with that, I'd like to clarify and amend the definition of small property owners. I'd like to make sure that we add in substantial remodel as an Ellis Act right to recall case. And those are mostly my comments.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Now?
Thank you. Thank you to all that are still here at almost 10 o'clock at night. I firmly believe that we now have laws in place and ordinances in place in the state AB 1482 to protect the tenants, but not so much the landlords currently. And a lot of these protections have not been tested, it was pointed out to me, due to the natural disasters we've had in the last 6 years and the 2-3 years we had of COVID, the pandemic. This ordinance will cost the city of Petaluma plenty to try to manage and enforce it. An ordinance like this will not encourage small mom and pop landlords to provide needed rentals in our community. These landlords care about their tenants, and we've heard that many rent below market rate. I'd like to see these single-family home units removed completely to encourage more single-family homes to be available to renters, not fewer. Also, it's questionable. When I was 22 years old, I was moved out of my house with my husband for the first time. We rented a Victorian that was 5 units in one large Victorian. So that wouldn't be under our ordinance because it's 2 or less. Also, we have to think about this relocation cost. We can pay the tenants from the landlords, but they're going to tack it on to what the deposit is. So someone mentioned it was like a savings account. I understand that the low income needs to have protection. I think it's the large apartment units that those landlords are the ones who maybe are not the best landlords. And as a renter, 37 years ago, I am one of those tenants who got to buy my home from the landlord. We moved in, we were good tenants, we bought our house from our landlord. So it is possible. And we also want to protect these small individual mom and pop landlords in Petaluma. That's what makes Petaluma the community that it is. They care. The big apartment owners, they don't care. And I've heard many horror stories. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Posake.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I come from the same place as Councilmember Barnacle in a lot of ways, but I will say that I'm in favor of the current ordinance pretty much as it stands. I look at things differently than some of the folks here. I think that that the TPA of 2019 has been effective, and that's a reason to try to improve upon it. And I don't think all landlords are bad. I've been a tenant. I've been a landlord. I see this ordinance for landlords as simply asking them to distribute a tenant bill of rights in English and Spanish about once a year. That's what it looks like to me as someone who has been a landlord. I want to ask Councilmember Barnacle here before I finish to comment on my question earlier, which is, and I think he did say in his talk that he wanted to extend the 6-month right of refusal. Did I get that right, Brian? And wait a second, and would you also extend it to the other no fault eviction causes?
Yeah, I think all the 6-month right of the right
Okay,
of
I
return
just wanted
should
to be
apply
sure
to
that I
all
wasn't-
of
I
the
wasn't
no
clear.
fault, evictions.
I think we need to do at least that much for the Ellis Act. If it were up to me, we'll see, but I would extend that beyond 6 months to a year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, I really hear everybody. There's a lot of hurt that's happened on both sides. We have a lot of history here, and it's not going to get easier. It's going to get worse. We know that the housing is going to get more expensive. More people are showing up. There's going to be a big shift probably from folks in housing to apartments over time. Lots of things are going to be happening here in our future, and it's not going to be any easier than what it is now. It's probably going to get harder. So that's just one of the things we have to be more prepared for a lot of things coming down. So in what I mentioned earlier, asking questions about this, how to respond with this ordinance, what we need to do in combination with this ordinance. I believe we have already committed. I think this council, even in the prior councils, made commitments to move forward with tenant protections, and we need to uphold that we're going to do something here. And we're going to keep probably most of this, but there might be some tweaking we can do. But what we really need to do is, if not a full rental registry to find out what's going on, we need to at least have a voluntary online database so that we can find out, well, who are the renters, who are the landlords, what are the issues being faced, and actually have just an online database saying, hey, I'm willing to put my information in, and then we can start tracking numbers and doing things. That would not be that difficult to put together. So it may not be a full legal registry, but at least we start some documents and getting some data. So as a scientist, I feel a need that we need more data because, as I said, what is the problem here? Well, it's not well defined. But if we have some sort of system in place to gather the data over a couple of years and say, hey, let's promote it, let's get it going, and it'll help us to really resolve what's really happening out there. It's mentioned a couple of folks have given me data from other cities about evictions, and that even out of like 9,000 evictions in San Jose, that almost 95 to 98% of them are for lack of payment. So just cause evictions are, again, smaller number than total evictions. So we're dealing with a small number, but it's a very important number. And also it's a way of saying to the renters and to the folks who are struggling financially, yeah, we are here to help you. So that's part of it. Besides having some sort of online database that starts getting generated that we can actually produce the numbers, I believe there was also a recommendation by some of the legal folks on both sides. We should have a task force, both renters and landlords working together with city staff, with maybe even council members, and have some sort of task force that actually starts tracking, starts looking at it, starts accumulating the information data for Petaluma, not just San Jose, the state, whatever, but we need a task force here. So that needs to be part of these recommendations. So not just plugging in an ordinance saying, whack landlords on the head with, oh, you're going to have more costs here because we need to cover some the trouble of our society, basically, which we sort of are a little bit. That's agreed. That's basically what we are doing. But yes, we may need to do that to help our general city and society. So there's a few loopholes in there. The school, for the schools and teachers, I was a teacher, and so I know other teachers that do have struggled. However, my main concern is how much influence that might have on who landlords rent to. So designating a class of folks that, okay, we're going to segment you out, that's going to change things maybe. Whether that gets in or out, that there could be some unintended consequences. There are unintended consequences that are going to happen with these ordinances, however they end up. So we need to watch out for those and be watchful and be willing to back off if we need to down the road. So I'm willing to put in a timeline, date on this, put in the task force, put in the online registry, gather the information, work together as a team, put together a crew that's going to really evaluate from both sides and revisit this in a few years to say, okay, we've got the Petaluma data that we need, and let's reevaluate this again. So that's basically where I stand. There's a few tweaks in here. I think we've had some really good documents. RAF Law gave us a really nice, fine document with lots of recommendations that we need to really look at about simplifying languages. I know Margaret from Legal Aid gave us a very nice document making her suggestions. And we also got some nice suggestions from Joe Snyder from the Realtors making his suggestions. And so I said, okay, we need to really look at those suggestions and say, okay, let's just reevaluate what we have and just go over it one more time in detail. Because reading through the documents, I have a whole stack. I visited with a couple of renters. I've visited with some landlords. And I've got a big stack of papers here and ideas that you've given us. And there's a lot of legal language here. So it's not easy for us up here to read this legal document and go, oh, this is what we want. It's very difficult for us up here to say, okay, this is what we're going to do and live with this document. I think I'd like to see the actual review. We've had our city attorney group make this ordinance. We have lawyers basically on both sides that are willing to step and say, well, we'll help with refining it. Let's make it simpler. Let's make it better. Let's make it smoother, more readable and everything. So I think one more cycle. I'd favor one more cycle, bringing the other outside lawyers in to say, okay, let's work together as a team to review it one more time and then come back. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councilmember Healy?
Thank you. So, like Councilmember Shribs, I'm a great believer in the law of unintended consequences. And there's a lot of unknowns about proceeding with this. And rather than suggest another sunset, because we've had a few too many of those already on this thing, I would suggest that the council direct staff to bring this back after it's been in effect for a full year, so probably summer of 2024, and we can see what data is available. I don't know that we need a task force spinning its wheels between now and then, but I think we'll have much more solid information about how this thing actually performs compared to how we expected it to. And I would have to say that there are several provisions in this that exceed my comfort level to some degree, but I'm willing to set those aside. But I do have a short number of issues that I'm more concerned about. Councilmember Barnacle mentioned increasing the number of units exempted for small mom and pop landlords from 2 to possibly 4. I would support going to 3. I could be talked into 4, but I think 3 would be a better place to land. I think 2 is too low. As I mentioned before in questions, I think the move-out assistance really should be means tested, and I think it should be, you know, someone making more than 100% of AMI, a family making more than 100% of AMI, really doesn't need the kind of move-out assistance that people with lower incomes do. So I would put that out there. And the one that I feel strongest about is quite frankly, is the exemption for construction that's less than 15 years old. You know, with all due respect, the staff report I thought was inadequate in this regard. Just, you know, reviewing 4-year-old legislative staff reports doesn't really give us much information. And I was disappointed that apartment developers weren't outreach to. And I think at this point, given the experience of the last couple of months, I think construction lenders may be even more skittish than they were in the past, given the turmoil in the banking industry that we've been experiencing. And I don't think bankers need a whole big excuse to say, I think I'll go lend my money somewhere else. And I would say that also that, the list of jurisdictions that were put up, to my mind, looked like more expensive jurisdictions in the Bay Area, in Marin, in the East Bay, Berkeley, Emeryville, Marin County. We think the rents here are too damn high, and they are. But if you go to those places, they're a lot higher, and that encourages market rate apartment developers to take more risks than they might be willing to take here. Mention was made of the new North River apartments by Spanos and how those rents are 35% higher than what existing units are in town. And I haven't checked that myself. That number sounds about right. But I think that reflects the cost of new construction. And as this council is aware, we recently voted to support a nonprofit housing developer who's expecting to pay $750,000 a unit to build what are going to be low-income units. So market rate developers trying to build market rate units are not facing costs significantly less than that. So we shouldn't be surprised that the rents are at that level. And yet now Spanos appears to be having some challenges renting out those apartments because there's those guys waving cardboard signs on the street, encouraging people to come in and take a look. And so, it's a very tenuous environment and very fragile environment in our community for constructing new market rate apartments. And our housing element is highly dependent upon that continuing to happen. So I'm extremely concerned about not exempting, as the state TPRA does, construction that's less than 15 years old. Thank you.
So what I'm hearing is I think we need to maybe just go down the list of what council members agree on and where we don't agree on. And one is the 15 years to exempt or not to exempt. And I'd like to maybe do a straw poll on that one to see where each council member stands. So I'll start with Councilmember Barnacle.
I don't think we should exempt them.
Pardon me?
We should not exempt.
Councilmember Healy, we know where you're at. I'm Councilmember Now.
This would be for the
15 years, would we exempt buildings that are 15 years or less?
Well, like Councilmember Healy pointed out, that we have some being built, and like Eden Housing, I think it's only 12. So I
think it's market rate that we're talking about. Is that correct? We're talking about market rate,
okay,
not the nonprofit.
so not Eden.
Correct.
I could go either way. So.
Well, you have a choice, one or the other. Yes or no?
We can keep it as written.
Okay. Councilmember Posake?
I just point out this discussion we just had about Eden.
Councilmember Posake, if you could please turn on your microphone. Thank you.
Sorry. The mention of Eden, we're not exempting affordable units. Is that correct, Eric?
No, it's just market rate.
No, I think we're not.
So the Tenant Protection Act exempts housing that has been issued a certificate of occupancy within the previous 15 years. It doesn't make any distinction as to
Right,
market rate or affordable.
That is my point.
So I
Eden
thought
would-
that's what we were looking at.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of exempting more
Okay.
recently built houses.
Councilmember Shrubs?
Okay, I would not exempt the 15 years. As we heard tonight, one of the folks that spoke said, that's not really a reason why developers build or not build. But what we can do is I'd rather see the not accepting it at this time. But if there is a real impact, if the story is true, the consequence that we were being warned on, that no developer will build here anymore, zero, And it's a supply issue right now. So if we don't get a single developer applying for us in the next year, I'd go, oh, okay, maybe we need to reevaluate that particular portion and remove it if that's what's actually happening. But I think we need to start with it in.
And I agree with that. As far as to revisit this, Councilmember Shribs, you were saying in 2 years. Councilmember Healy, I believe you were saying 1 year. I'd personally rather go to 2 years because I think you're going to get more information in 2 years than in 1 year. And so I'm just kind of polling everybody on that. We'll start with Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I would support 2 years. I mean, I've been on the council for just over 2 years, and there was very few projects that have come forward in that time. So, I mean, we're seeing more now in the more now coming, but I think 2 years will give us more accurate sample size.
Councilmember Healy?
I would say 1 to 2 years, but I would give staff discretion. If the market rate development applications dry up, I think we should do it at the shorter end of that range. If they keep coming in a robust way, then it could be 2 years.
I could agree with that, Councilmember Now.
I was going to even say split it and make it 18 months, but I'll go out too.
Okay, and then that's with staff coming back to us. if
Oh,
they need to.
definitely with staff.
Okay.
Because they're going to be the ones doing all the work. We just get to
Well,
listen to their report.
they'll be gathering the information. Councilmember Posake?
I think with other changes that happen, it's hoping for the best to think that we're going to have enough data to make, a more impactful decision. I'm sorry. I think I think we're not going to have as much more data as people think in 1 year or 2 or 5, and what data there is going to be influenced by other things that happen. I don't have a horse in this race.
Okay. And Councilmember Shribs, you'll go with the 2 with staff, unless staff comes back.
To review again with the data that's coming in, well, the critical part is is there a developer that's going to come forward or not? And if 1 year, if not one comes forward, I would like to kind of review it in 1 year. If there's not a single developer that wants to come to our town, we need to check this out sooner than later and change it sooner than later if that's what's
I
happening.
think what we're just looking at is up to 2 years, but it could be less if staff comes back.
So, yeah, anyway, the thing between 1 and 2 years would be if staff can come back and with the appropriate, when the information is appropriate and right for presentation, but between 1 and 2 years, that would be fine.
Perfect.
Doesn't
Thank
need to
you
be 3 or
very
4.
much. Thank you. Let's see, is there other things? The rental, I do want to talk about the mom and pops that Brian brought up. So do you want to, because there are like some different scenarios. I think of, I'm sitting over there and I'm going to look up your name. Oh, goodness. Will you, what is it? It's Tom. Okay, great.
Madam Vice Mayor, if I could maybe suggest, I think we do have clarity in the existing language. I think the question is the number. So right now it says residential rental units of property owned by owners who are not corporations, basically, I'm abbreviating, that own, right now it says 2 or fewer units in the city. And that give the notice that we imported it from the Tenant Protection Act, so they know they're not getting those protections when they enter the tenancy. So I think, whether you want to cover single-family units with ADUs, or whether you want to cover, one of those and one with ADUs, I think the simplest thing may still be to do it in terms of units, because it's totally unambiguous and it's susceptible of different scenarios. So, and I've heard Councilmember Healy was saying 3, could be convinced to go to 4. I think Councilmember Barnacle, were you at 3?
No, I'm suggesting 2 properties or 4 units.
Okay, so
So
that-
if someone
to me-
has 2 single-family homes, they can add ADUs on both of those units and still like be considered a mom and pop.
So would 4 work for you then? I'm not trying, because that's.
Well, so if someone has 4, then that, no, that,
4
that,
units.
so- no, I think that I wanted, like, it would be 2 properties or 4 units would be how
okay.
I would
Well-
word it.
Well, that's, we can articulate, 2 properties or 4 units, we could articulate that.
That's how I would, that's how I would define it, yeah.
So I think we can do it unambiguously, it just depends on where the council wants to land on the number of the exemption.
Okay. And I think I remember, Tom, from last time, you live in one of your units, correct? And you have 4 units, but you live in one. So I'm wondering if there would be an exemption if a property owner actually lives in one of the units, so then that would really be 3 units. Because if somebody owns 2 rental properties, their house would not be included in the number, correct? If somebody has 2 rental units, but yet they still have a home that they live in, and so that would,
Well, that's why we're using the language rental units. These are basically income properties, right? Residential income properties, and the question is how many of them you want to exempt, per owner? And how fine you want to slice it, and we can do what you want with respect to that.
go ahead, Councilmember Healy.
Yeah, I think we should follow the city attorney's advice on this one and just stay with the number of units, because if you talk about how many units on how many parcels, then it's just a crazy piece of confusion, and I don't know if someone who, has 3 units on one property would qualify under that approach. So I would just say 3 or 4 units and keep the language the way it is.
Okay. Councilmember Posake?
I'm in favor of keeping it as it is, and if we're going to increase it at all, to eliminate the word in the city, those words, to just say 2 units or 3 units total. As you read it, it was in the city. Can we do that?
Well, what's potentially challenging about that then is that brings in units they own outside of our jurisdiction, which we can't actually regulate, but would be factors in whether they were exempt or not. And I think that's a little hard to administer.
Okay, well then I would stay with 2. That's what I would want to do.
Okay, does anybody have any other comments on that? Councilmember Shribs?
Okay, just to weigh in, so I originally thought about 3 myself when we first talked, then it got talked down to 2 earlier. And I think because we are pushing on ADUs so much now, we want those promoted. There's a very low permit level that you have to jump through to get ADUs now. So we want as many ADUs produced as possible. So with that, so number of units, I could easily foresee a single house with an ADU. You move into a second house and then you make an ADU. You live in the front part of the house, but you have an ADU in the back. So you have your original house, your second house with an ADU. So that's 3 units. I can easily see that as being there. There's also other folks that have a single house with 3 rentals within their unit that I've heard about. So 3 units is, I would say, would be a nice compromise in this case, and just 3 rental units within the city is what I would use. Rather than trying to define buildings, houses, because as soon as you say buildings, that's, well, what's a building, then what's a house? But a rental unit is, I think, legally going to be easier and smoother to work with down the line.
So do we have agreement with 3? Pardon me?
Well, if I can't have it all removed, then I'll go with the higher number, which is 3 or 4.
Okay, we'll take that. Thank you very much. Anybody else have a comment on this one? And is there any other,
Excuse me, Madam Meister, I just want to make sure we get the takeaway. Did the majority land on 3?
I
Is that what
believe
I s-
so.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much.
But I still have that question. if you have 4 units and you live in one of them, you have 3 rentals. So would that works then? Okay, I just need clarification. Thank you. As far as teachers and, and times, I mean, I've been to some forums. I mean, it's true. I mean, when you start thinking of a teacher, they're there, it's 9 months, and it would be quite disruptive. And I just want to know where people stand on adding that in to the ordinance. So I'll start with Councilmember Shrubs.
Okay, I think it's going to be very difficult, having worked in the school system. What is a school staff? What is a school teacher? And then how many families do we have throughout that have children, even if they're not in school, private school, whatever? So I think it's going to be pretty difficult. It's going to add a lot of complexity to what we have. And signaling out a single group like that, because then we also have our hospital workers, even our firemen and policemen, who have kids, and displacement. Yeah, it's bad for whenever you're evicted. It is going to be really bad, but if you're only going to be evicted probably at that time once a year, and just I've known a lot of teachers that have just stomached it and got through it. It's hard, but it's hard for everybody in any career, not just to teachers. So I don't want to focus in on them particularly as a group, because my fear, the unintended consequence, would be the landlords, they're teachers versus, I'd rather go with a dental hygienist than a teacher if I'm going to rent something.
Well, okay, I appreciate the clarification, because you had mentioned that, and I just wanted clarification to see if that's the direction we would go. So, and I don't think that is. Can anybody, did I miss anything?
The one discussion that was happening, Madam Vice Mayor, was whether the 6-month right of return would be provided for, as it currently is, just for the permanent removal, so just one no-fault cause, or whether it would be provided for all 3 of the no-fault causes, and by that I mean specifically permanent withdrawal, owner or relative move-in, and intent to demolish or substantially remodel. I wouldn't suggest, I mean, the government order requirement is something that a property owner may not be in control of, but the other 3 they are. So I thought I was hearing from Council Members Posake and Barnacle that they wanted to extend that, which we could easily do unambiguously, to those other no-fault just causes.
Okay. The means testing, Councilmember Healy, do you want to bring that up again? And also
Sure. It was suggested that relocation assistance, the 2.5 months rent, be limited to folks with less than 100% of area median income.
So our assistant city manager has been doing a little research on that, and I think has some thoughts that may be difficult to implement. But before we go to that, regarding the issue of the expanding the right of return, I only really have heard from 2 council members about that. I don't know if there's 4. I just wanted to make sure we capture that if there's a majority
with the way
direction.
it is written.
Pardon me?
I'm okay with the way it's written.
Oh, so
Is that
not
what you're-
expanded, just for the.
Well, how many people want to expand it?
I think that the right to recall should apply to all 3 no-fault just cause examples.
Councilmember Healy?
I like it the way it's written in the staff report.
Councilmember Now?
I'll keep it as written.
Councilmember Posake?
I wanted to apply to all 3.
And Councilmember Shrubs?
Maybe not listening, I didn't quite understand the exact, what we're talking about.
So the issue is currently the right of return in section 6.60.090 is just limited to when a unit is withdrawn from the rental market, and it doesn't apply to when the owner or relative, when there's a termination of the tenancy for the owner or relative to move in, or when there's a termination for intent to demolish or substantially remodel. So that's the question. Currently, it's just for permanent withdrawal. Two council members would like to see it expanded to also those other two no-fault just causes of owner or relative move-in and intent to demolish or substantially remodel as defined.
Yeah, as what you've just said, yes. I'll go with that.
To extend it to all three in
Yes.
agreement with, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so I guess that's the direction we'll go on that one, but.
Wait a second. Hold on, Jim.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
going to weigh in. I'll support it also.
Okay, thanks.
As far as the relocation, what was the? Did we get it? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment. So when the suggestion was made, it sort of got me thinking how we would actually administer that type of a program. So currently, as it stands, the city, at least not to my knowledge, has any other types of programs where we are collecting income and tax return data, the types of documents that would be needed to actually verify that type of thing. We do have some of our outside nonprofit providers that do that for some programs, but internally, if the city were going to administer that type of program to see whether or not they would qualify for the relocation assistance or not, that would take some, we would have to basically implement that as a program. And so that would take a little bit of time and thought and some processes to be put in place to be able to do that. So I don't know if I'll just sort of call into the Zoom ether here for a second and see if our housing manager, Karen Shimizu, has any other thoughts. But just off the top of my head, that triggered for me that we would need to really figure out how to implement that type of program.
And we're just really trying to implement if you can't really look at how much somebody makes, is what you're basically saying. It should just be across the board. So should the number be different than the 11,000 then?
Well, right, yeah. So right now, you're correct. It's across the board, and I think the suggestion was if we were to means test it, we would say we'd set a threshold of 80% or 100% of the annual median income for the household size. We would then need to collect their proof of income data to be able to verify against whatever that threshold was, and so that's the piece that we don't currently have a process for. We would need to establish one.
And that is, okay. I'm a little bit unclear.
So what Councilmember Healing is suggesting is test based on the income of the tenant, whether they earn too much to qualify, based on a threshold that the council sets to qualify for the relocation assistance.
I understand that. Okay, no, I understand that part.
Can I?
Is there something that, go ahead, Councilmember Healy, that
Yeah, I
would
think we're
work differently?
making this more complicated than it needs to be. I think if you just place the burden on the tenant to produce proof that they're below that threshold, then that would satisfy. I don't want staff to go out creating some new database or anything. But if a tenant is faced with a situation where they're entitled to relocation assistance, they could just have the burden of submitting documentation that they qualify under the income threshold. That's all. Why wouldn't that work?
So,
Well, yeah, so that may work. I just think we would need to establish how we actually verify whether the documents are complete, whether they've omitted certain documents that they should have submitted but didn't submit. So there just may be some things that we need to implement.
Councilmember Barnacle?
yeah, I just, to the point that Councilmember Shirbs brought up just a second ago about the teachers. This feels like it's creating another strata that could be screened for when people are looking to rent to people too. And someone who makes 100% AMI is still it's a significant cost just to move. And it's not a surefire thing that they're gonna land on their feet. If we wanna reduce the cap a little bit, I could see that. But the facts are the facts that it's 2.5 months to move into a place right now. You need to have that. That's like, if you look on any website, that's what it costs. So I think that's, for me, that's like probably one of the most important ways that we can make sure that people don't wind up on the streets, is to make sure that if they're being kicked out for no fault of their own, again, a really, really small slice of the overall people that are asked to leave, or that leave, places, that they are, they have the compensation they need to move into another place. So.
Councilmember Posake?
I agree with Brian.
Okay. Councilmember Barnacle, when you were saying to reduce the cap?
If we're concerned about helping, if we're concerned about giving, large sums, right? So let's say someone's renting for, I don't know, $5,000 a month, right? Like, that's probably a good sign that they'd probably make a pretty penny. They're doing all right. We could reduce the cap, so we could keep it at 2.5 months and reduce the cap from 11,000 to, 9,000 or something like that. So that, you are, the more you're renting doesn't necessarily mean that you're tearing up, right? But for the people that are at the bottom of the rental sphere, like, to all the great landlords out there that are paying, that are renting for below market, that is, in that instance, it's even more important to have 2.5 months, because they are going to be, it's a lower payment for them. So I think this is the part that I'm most passionate about, having moved 10 times in 10 years. I know what it's like to spend $7,000, $8,000, $10,000 to move, and feel like you're starting back on, getting your savings building back up again. So
do we have support for reducing that number to maybe 9? Councilmember Healy? I think that would take care of
So
your concern.
2.5 months rent, or $9,000, whichever's less. Is that how it would be framed? Sure.
Is Councilmember Now?
I would be okay with that. I do have one question. Do they have to be there a length of time? Like, what if they were only there for 6 months? Like Councilmember Barnacle was saying that he moved how many times? 8 times in 10 years?
10 and 10.
So is it fair for a tenant who hasn't been there for a long period of time to be given a relocation? That would have been, I'm wondering if we need to put, like, 6 months is 1 month's rent, after 12 months is like 2.5 months rent.
I would think that if someone has to move because of no fault of their own in 6 months, that they are more in need of this than less. And I would, I'll go to 10,000. I'd rather not go below that. Thank you.
You said 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Shrubs?
I would agree trying to get the tenants to put forth their tax documents, IRS, which I'm not sure we can even allow to get from the federal documents like that. Especially if we're forcing them to do that, that might be a little tricky. And then where their income, their other incomes, their unreported incomes might be a little tricky. So I agree with what Brian Barnacle said about Councilman Barnacle said about the keep it a little bit simpler, and if we just want to put a lower cap on it. So I would go at the rents of even a $2,500 a month for an apartment times 2.5 right there. Okay, that's 7,500. So that right there is going to be less than the 9,000. So the 9,000 is only going to be for those folks who are renting at close to $3,000 per month or more. So that gets into your probably higher end, and to qualify for that income, to have a rental for $3,000 per month that you're paying out, your income's probably going to have to be high to get even into that type of rental. So,
So are you saying?
Just looking at the numbers, just trying to estimate numbers as 2.5 versus 3, and rent, what the rent is, Reducing it down to 9, I don't think would be a major impact, so 9,000. And we're not talking about paying for all renovate or not relocation, but basically subsidizing. We don't need to pay for that 100% of their relocation. Just subsidize to the point where it's less painful.
Okay, Councilmember Posick.
I lost my train of thought waiting, sorry.
Then will you agree to 9,000?
Oh, yeah, yeah, you reminded me what I was going to say is that our median rent in this county for a two-bedroom, I believe, is just about to pass 3,000. So it's not low.
So that would work.
Yeah, okay, if that's the best
Okay, that
if
works.
that's the,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. Did we need to hear from a staff member, or I don't think so? No. So, Eric, do you want to read back what we've?
Sure, thank you. So, and other staff colleagues, please double check me. So, a majority of the council were not in favor of a 15-month exemption, 15-year since certificate of occupancy exception, as in the Tenant Protection Act. Revisiting it was a little bit subtle, but the council direction, I think, is not to do a sunset or an expiration date, not to include that in the ordinance, but rather to direct staff to return within 2 years and closer to 1 if the conditions warrant, as to what the impacts and results are, with a focus on whether new rental housing stock is being created in the city. The small owner exception is set at 3 units. The right of return, when there's been a no fault just cause eviction, and the property's returned to the market within 6 months, has been the council wants to extend that to all 3 of the no fault just causes, not just removal from the rental market. And I think we just heard that the council wants to set the relocation assistance at 2.5 times the then current rent, or $9,000, whichever is less.
Correct.
Okay? And was there majority direction to not include special provisions for teachers and students? I thought there was, but
I
just to
believe
confirm.
there was. Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Barnacle?
All right, I'll make a motion. Make a motion for the introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 6.6 entitled Residential Tenancy Protections of the Petaluma Municipal Code, and finding this item is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines, with the following amendments. Small property shall be defined as 3 units, not 2. The relocation assistance will be set at 2.5 months of the rent, or $9,000, whichever is less. No fault, and the right to return shall be extended to all 3 no fault just cause evictions. And I'll just read those into the record as pulling the unit off the market for sale, moving in a family member, or major remodel. And I think the 15 years was already included in that we weren't exempting in what was written. So I think that's all and then included in that will be direction for staff to bring this back, a presentation on the observed impacts of this ordinance in 2 years, or at a date sooner determined by staff.
That sounds, is there a second? Councilmember Posick?
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Healy?
So before we vote, I think this was a good discussion. I think most of the changes we made were appropriate. But for me, the 15-year issue is a red line. So for that reason, I will not be supporting the motion.
Thank you. And so can we go to a vote?
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
No?
Now,
No.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2 with Healy and Now voting no and McDonald recused.
Okay. Thank you. Pardon me? You were right. You were right. Also, what about how much documentation are put on?
I think we'll allow staff a minute here to bring up the next presentation a minute before we start.
Anyway, you were right, and I think people in the service industry have to have documentation because they have their incomes taxed. And you know that can be an issue in terms of their income reporting and stuff, but that really shuts them out. Gig economy people and multi-job people and
Okay, let's pull the meeting back to order here. And everyone's good? Good. Before we proceed to the next item, which I want to have staff present on, I think maybe now is the right time to take a motion for extending past 11 o'clock. Can I get a motion second from someone?
I'll make a motion to go beyond 11 o'clock.
Second.
That's a motion by Barnacle and second by Cater Thompson.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. And now on to item 11, a resolution approving professional services with Integra Assurance and Inc. to serve as the City of Petaluma's independent police auditor and authorizing the city manager to execute such agreement. Let's see, and we are starting this with Aaron Zavala. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council, community, and staff. Thank you for joining us today, or tonight. I am excited to present to you our staff report on the recommendation to select IntegraSure LLC as an independent police auditor, IPA, for the City of Petaluma. This presentation is an important step in our ongoing commitment to enhance transparency, accountability, and public trust in our law enforcement. As you may recall, the Ad Hoc Community Advisory Committee made 31 recommendations for change, including the establishment of an independent civilian police oversight mechanism. In response, we have embraced a hybrid model that includes an IPA, a public safety advisory group, and the pursuit of the Commission on Accreditation of Law Enforcement Agencies, CLIA accreditation. Today's presentation will provide an overview of the RFP process, introduce IntegraSure LLC and its team members, and explain the rationale behind our selection. We'll also outline the IPA startup process and next steps in our overall hybrid oversight implementation. We look forward to your valuable feedback and insights as we continue to build a stronger, safer, and more inclusive community. There should be some icons, but sorry about that. As a refresher, I wanted to start with speaking on how we got here. The City of Petaluma established the Ad Hoc Community Advisory Committee, AHCAC, in response to growing public concerns over policing practices and the need for increased transparency and accountability. The AHCAC was composed of community members who brought diverse perspectives to the table. Over 6 meetings, the AHCAC conducted a thorough review of our policing and diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, practices and policies, ultimately providing 31 recommendations to improve law enforcement services and citywide diversity in Petaluma. These suggestions were designed to address community concerns, foster public trust, and promote a safer and more inclusive environment for all. Among the recommendations, the City Council identified the hiring of an independent police auditor and implementation of a hybrid police oversight model as one of the city's top 10 priorities. This measure reflects the city's commitment to maintaining public trust. After researching the various models around the country, the city moved forward with a hybrid model for civilian police oversight. Moving forward with a hybrid model gives the city the benefits of all 3 models of oversight. The 3 benefits include independent police auditor. So the IPA is an external expert responsible for reviewing police policies, procedures, and practices, as well as investigating specific incidents or complaints. Public Safety Advisory Group. This group is in the process of being created and will be composed of community members advising the city on public safety policies and programs, ensuring diverse perspectives are represented in decision-making processes. And CALIA accreditation. The Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies accreditation process is a 3-year process that will help ensure that the Petaluma Police Department adheres to best practices and the highest professional standards in law enforcement. In August, our staff drafted a request for proposal for an independent police auditor, which was discussed at the September 12th, 2022 City Council meeting. After incorporating feedback, the RFP was issued on September 19th, remaining open for a month. We actively solicited proposals and collaborated with the National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, NACOL, to promote the RFP through their channels. In December, initial interviews were conducted with a panel comprising of staff and community members, followed by finalist interviews in January involving city executive staff. In both instances, IntegraSure LLC emerged as a unanimous top consultant. From February to April, we engaged in discussions with the Police Officer Association, ultimately leading to today's introduction of IntegraSure as our recommended independent police auditor. We are now presenting them for your consideration. IntegraSure brings a comprehensive expertise to the table with a deep understanding of police oversight and reforms. Their impressive track record demonstrates a history of successful police reform implementation and collaboration with various law enforcement agencies. IntegraSure is dedicated to diversity, equity, inclusion, ensuring that these values are reflected in their work and approach to police oversight. Their commitment to community engagement will help foster trust and build strong relationships between our police department and the community. IntegraSure's focus on accountability and transparency aligns with our city's objectives and ensures an open and honest process. Furthermore, their communication skills will facilitate effective dialogue and information sharing between all stakeholders involved. What particularly stood out to us was IntegraSure's approach to coaching and mentoring our law enforcement staff. This unique approach will enhance our department's performance, instill best practices, and promote a culture of continuous improvement in service to our community. We are thrilled to have the IntegraSure team here with us in person today. Their presence demonstrates their commitment to our community and their eagerness to work collaboratively with us. It is a pleasure to welcome such a dedicated and experienced team to our city. Now I'd like to invite Jeff Schlanger, and a key member of the IntegraSure team, to come forward and speak about their approach and expertise. Jeff will also introduce the rest of the talented team who will be working with us. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Jeff Schlanger and the IntegraSure team.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Jeff Schlanger. I am the president and CEO of IntegraSure. And IntegraSure is a relatively new company, started in March of 2021 when I left the New York City Police Department, where I was a deputy commissioner in charge of risk management. But despite its young years, I have 40 years of experience in police oversight, prosecution, and law enforcement. And each member of our team brings similar credentials to the table. You'll hear from them in a moment. But I want you to know how happy we are to be here and how honored we are at the trust which you have placed in us. This is a very unique position for us to be in. Usually we are called into cities that have problems, real problems, consent decrees, officer-involved shootings, scandals. But here in Petaluma, there was none of that. No consent decree, no officer-involved shooting, no scandals. But Petaluma has gotten this exactly right. It has put into place a mechanism to best ensure that those things don't happen here, to make sure that its police department is really everything it can, should, and must be for you all. We look forward to working with you all, with the community, with the department, in reaching that goal to make the police department all that it can and must be. I'd like to now introduce the members of our team, starting with Aaron Pilniak.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Erin Pelniak. I am currently serving as the Chief Operating Officer for IntegraSure, also as a Deputy Consent Decree Monitor for City of Aurora in Colorado, and a Deputy Independent Police Auditor in San Leandro. I also have experience as a prosecutor. I served as a Senior Criminal Justice Advisor, Policy Advisor to the Mayor in New York City before joining Jeff at NYPD as his Assistant Deputy Commissioner for Risk Management Bureau, and we are very thankful for the opportunity to appear before you tonight. Thank you. Chief Rainey?
Chief.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Kenton Rainey. I'm a retired criminal justice practitioner, come back out of retirement to work as a consultant with IntegraSure because I believe in this work. I have over 4 decades of law enforcement experience. I've worked in 7 different agencies in 4 different states, all where agencies have sent and requested that I join management teams or lead the agency in police reform in order to help, as Jeff talked about, police departments be all that they can be. So it is a pleasure and honor to be here, and I'd just like to commend you for your foresight because, as Jeff said, this is what all agencies will eventually be going to, and for you guys to be on the cutting edge of this, you should be commended.
Thank you, and Denise Lewis.
Good evening, or quite late. I'm Denise Lewis. I've actually been doing this kind of external monitoring for about the last 20 years, but 20 before that, I was at LAPD, so I was active law enforcement as well. That's actually where I met Jeff, and because I was monitored, we were being monitored by under the consent decree. So, having been on both sides of the coin, I have been for 20 years preaching, please try to do this before you're in trouble. And it's so refreshing. That was one of the things that I was so excited about, as well as the rest of the team, that you all are having that foresight to do it before you're in trouble and before there's a problem. And anyway, we really appreciate it, and we're looking forward to working with you all.
Thanks, Denise. At the appropriate time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have, but for now, I'll turn it back to Aaron.
Thank you, team. In the first 90 days, the Office of the Independent Police Auditor will be laying a solid foundation for their work in Petaluma. During the week of April 17th, they will be holding meetings with both city and police department staff to establish goals and expectations for the initial phase. In spring 2023, the IPA will focus on introducing themselves to the Petaluma community through various outreach methods such as community meetings, website updates, and other communications channels. This will allow them to become familiar with the community and its concerns. Simultaneously, the IPA will conduct an internal assessment of the police department and its policies to identify areas for improvement and develop recommendations. This comprehensive approach will ensure the IPA's efforts are well informed and tailored to the unique needs of Petaluma. As we look forward to the next steps, tonight, April 17th, City Council will be considering the appointment of IntegraSure as our independent police auditor. If approved, we will work on launching the Office of the Independent Police Auditor to ensure a smooth and efficient start. Additionally, we will establish a selection process for the Public Safety Advisory Group involving community members in the oversight process. This group will play a crucial role in providing input and feedback on public safety matters. Finally, we will develop a strategic plan for pursuing CLIA accreditation, which will demonstrate our commitment to the highest standards in law enforcement and improve the overall effectiveness of the police department. Thank you for your time. At this point, I would like to introduce our police chief, Ken Savano, for some additional remarks.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Mayor and council members, city staff, and the community we serve. I'm pleased to be with you tonight to speak to you and our community on the progress of one of our city's top 10 identified goals, police oversight and citywide DEI efforts. This agenda item to select an independent police auditor, part of our hybrid police oversight model, is an important first step in accomplishing this important city goal. I'd like to thank the community, specifically the ad hoc members who assisted the city through this process, as well as my staff that have helped us get here today. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Peace Officers Association of Petaluma, the labor group that represents both sworn and professional staff in our department, for their partnership and collaboration to bring this item to you tonight together. I want to specifically acknowledge POA President Garrett Sholin, who is here tonight to support this item on behalf of the association. There you go. Thanks, Garrett. Didn't realize you were right behind me. I would also like to thank IntegraSure for their dedication and commitment to improving police-community relations. The selection of IntegraSure was based on their extensive experience and commitment to implementing best practices in policing, as well as their alignment with the recommendations outlined in the Task Force report on 21st century policing. We are grateful the city has invested in our department to bring a highly skilled team of experienced, independent police auditors who share our philosophy of organizational excellence through continuous improvement. Like we do, IntegraSure prioritizes community engagement and input, recognizing that the best solutions are those that are developed in collaboration. We welcome IntegraSure, and we look forward to building even greater trust and confidence with the community we serve. We believe this partnership will help us achieve our existing goals of creating a community that is safe, equitable, and welcoming to all. I'll hand this over to our City Attorney, Eric Danley, for a few comments before we return this back to you, Mr. Mayor, for discussion and direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief Savano. I'll just briefly share from the standpoint of the city's satisfying its goals under the Myers-Milius, its duties under the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, which is the law that governs relations between public agencies and their represented bargaining groups. We knew and were careful in working through the scope of work for IntegraSure's IPA services to be sure that it did not change the terms and conditions of employment of the Unit 6 members. That meant, for example, that it didn't change their existing processes for discipline. It was consistent with their rights under the Peace Officers Procedural Bill of Rights. One of the things, understandably, we heard from them was concern to make sure that all the confidentiality obligations that we have as a city with respect to law enforcement information, not just police officer personnel information, but investigative information itself, would be that IntegraSure would have to would be subject to the same requirements. So we received some thoughtful questions, a series of thoughtful questions from the Unit 6 leadership. We really took some time to give complete answers to those. We met to discuss those. We had a really nice conversation. I want to thank Garrett and the rest of the leadership of Unit 6 for that conversation. For our part, we talked about how we view the IPA process and the civilian oversight structure that the council has directed, and that they've resourced from a budget standpoint as really a greater investment in the department, greater resources being made available to support it, to provide training, provide policy review, to do peer review of internal investigations. We've concluded those discussions, I believe satisfactorily, and again, I think it was a really it was really nice to be talking with the membership leadership about our shared responsibilities that we already have of transparency, of civilian oversight, accountability to the council and the community, but that this is going to help us do better and formalize in some great ways, and it's going to provide the community body, the PSAG is the acronym, as sort of as a vehicle for connection between our police department and the community, made up of community members. One of the roles of IntegraSure is going to be to help inform them about the milieu in which they're going to be operating, what 21st century policing is in California, and their role as a community body, helping oversee and that structure. So I want to thank again the leadership of Unit 6 for the conversations we've had. We're going to have more going forward as we implement the PSAG, but I think we've laid out that structure in a way that we understand and is consistent with the council's direction as they heard it and the recommendations from the AHCAC. So thanks to Unit 6 leadership, and I know for my part in my office, it's exciting to be putting this structure together to solidify what we've already developed, to not give up any of the strengths that we have and acquire new ones, and more investment in our public safety function. So thank you.
And with that, I'd like to turn it back over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank everybody for being here at this late hour, the POA as well as IntegraSure. And then I'd like to bring it back up to council to see if we have questions about the presentation. And Councilmember Pozeke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. I have actually a lot of my people have asked me the questions as to, it sounds like there's a lot of air travel going to be involved, and they're looking for a ballpark number for how much we're going to, we've agreed to pay for air travel as well as the website. And can you give us a ballpark number of what you think that will come up?
First of all, we're going to try to do this as economically as possible. We'll be here when we need to be here. We'll conduct other business virtually. Typically, 10 to 15% of a contract price is what is budgeted for travel. It may be that much, it may be less because of the way the world has evolved since COVID.
Sure.
So,
And just one other question I have, which in regards to the civilian oversight group. And again, I'm sure you come to these things with an open mind, but I wonder if in your past experience, what have you decided was the best makeup for the civilian oversight group, or do you have any thoughts in that regard?
different jurisdictions deal with it differently in a way that best suits their own community. I saw the question here relative to whether or not active law enforcement should or should not be on the committee. I think the way that the city has come down is probably the best, leaving active law enforcement out, but leaving open the possibility of people who have had prior law enforcement experience, I suppose. But again, that's something that is up to the city to decide.
Thank you.
We will work with that group however it is composed.
Thanks. I'm really excited about reading your.
And you asked about the website. The website is going to be a relatively minimal cost.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Barnacle.
Yes. Can you talk about how your process looks into our mental health policies for officers and how you help to bring back best practices into that?
Yeah. We will be looking at a number of policies and we'll be guided in part by the meetings that we have over the next few days as to what the serial nature of those will be. We can't look at all the policies at once. Obviously, mental health of police officers is of the utmost importance. We have dealt with this issue in every jurisdiction that we have worked in. I mentioned before that I was the deputy commissioner at NYPD for risk management, and I was unfortunately there during a period of 10 suicides in 1 year. We dealt with the issue head on. We came up with a lot of innovative thought, and we will be looking at the policies here and trying to make sure that they are as robust as possible.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Healy.
Thank you. So I have to say that the staff report set a pretty high bar for what I was expecting to see tonight, and you exceeded that. So I'm really pleased that we're going to be working with you going forward.
Thank you, Councilman.
My one question was for staff, basically, and that was kind of a follow-up on Councilmember Poske's question of there was some cryptic line in the about how we staff up the civilian oversight, civilian advisory board. Can you put a little bit more meat on that, or is there more to come?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember. Yes, I think what we wanted to do was we recognized the first step was to select and seat the IPA, get started on that important work, and then rely on some of the experience that they have in other jurisdictions to help us shape the conversation. And our plan is to start that conversation and then bring it back before you. So that you can have some input and hear the different options and give us some direction.
Great. And do you have a time frame in mind for doing that?
We're hoping to be able to address that fall of this year.
Great.
We really want to get the team settled with my staff, get to work on the highest priority items for us to look at. And then as soon as that kind of levels out, we'll take on the next important task.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak? Councilmember Cater Thompson.
No, actually, Brian, Councilmember Barnacle and Healy asked my questions.
Good.
So.
And Mike, I have a couple questions. In addition to great support, and to reiterate what Councilmember Healy said about the quality of the staff report, but my question is related to speaking with the public from our end. So short answers are better for us. But it seems you have predominantly large city experience, and I would say even 100,000 population looks like large city to us. So do your past efforts translate real well? How do you bring big city down to our city?
I think they do. First of all, we are the IPA in San Leandro now, so similar size city, but much different issues. And past experience also includes working as the monitor for the University of Cincinnati, which is really a city in and of itself of about 40,000 students, which was a very, very interesting assignment. Again, they had an issue there. They had a fatal officer-involved shooting that caused them to bring us in first to do a review of their policies and procedures, and then once we came out with findings and recommendations, to monitor the implementation of those findings and recommendations. Best practices don't necessarily come in one size fits all, but we have learned how to adjust the size of best practices to meet the needs of particular cities, and I think we do that pretty well. We're also currently the monitor in Aurora, Colorado, not a New York, not a Los Angeles, but not a Petaluma either. So again, spanning the spectrum of different size cities.
Thank you. Also, for our benefits, I would love to hear in your words what we'd message your benefit being here is to our BIPOC community and maybe non-BIPOC community. Maybe 25 words or less, say the value add.
I think the value add is in the collaboration with the city, with the police department, to bring about a culture of continuous improvement of the police department, which in turn fosters the best possible community relationship there can be.
That was 25 words. Thank you. That's exactly what
It may have been 27.
So I'd like, at this point, I'd like to open the public comment period. And Mr. Shribs.
Yes. Okay. I get a little, because I've worked for an international company, and so I know about travel costs and movement around, and then trying to do communications long distance. And so now we've done, in COVID, done lots of long distance communications. So I've got a couple concerns that I understand you guys are based in Florida, and so a pretty far distance away from us. And Florida does not, California doesn't have the greatest reputation right now. So a few concerns crop up. So far, I'm hearing a great sales pitch. You are top guns coming from out of town, but we're a small local town here in Petaluma, in California, that says, why should you care about us? And then, and it seems like only $175,000. Well, you guys sitting here at the high-powered folks you got sitting here, it's, okay, I'm looking at maybe just for you guys to travel out here for today, for a whole trip, $10,000. That's, 5% of your whole budget already. And it's just sitting here for the day. So I get a little worried when we have a high-powered team coming in with a fantastic sales pitch. You got a huge support here. It's only going to work. The only possibility of work is that you show up once in a while, because I remember as a international salesperson, you have to show up once in a while. You can't just be on the phone the whole time. And locally, you have to have 100% transparency and openness from locally that this is going to be totally transparent, and that some of the folks that are here in town are going to say, Florida enforcement auditors coming in and just going to paper over everything, and gee, they're going to make us look nice, great paper bureaucracy, and they're going to be a great story and no change. So that would be a concern from constituents that are going to come up. So I thought if I could hear a little bit more about the practicality of actual things that you've actually changed, where you've been, and what, since you've already investigated a little bit, what change you actually would attack first here, and also from our chief, the level of cooperation. If I want you need to be a base stinger and come in and whack them once in a while, and I'm hoping to hear that that's going to be some openness and transparency to the changes that are going to be needed. So I'm still a little concerned.
Yeah, so let me see if I can allay some of those concerns. Travel, especially international travel, is difficult and expensive. Again, in my experience, and I have been involved in this for a long time, somewhere between 10 and 15% of budget. That's what we expect here. This is one trip. We expect to be out here at least twice a year, maybe more. We're going to have to see how the remote thing works for us in this milieu. I will tell you that in Aurora, most of what we do is remote. We are out there once a month, but that is an assignment that is 5 times the amount of this assignment. And we have many members of the team. In terms of local presence, we have Chief Rainey, who is here locally. Denise Lewis is about a 4-hour drive. Florida is where I spend some of my time. I also spend some of my time in New York and also a lot of time in Colorado. We're going to try to make these trips as economical for the city as possible. In terms of what we have done before in change, one of the assignments that you may have heard about is the consent decree monitorship in Los Angeles. When we went into Los Angeles, and they had big problems there, as you know, there was a 23% favorable rating of the police department. When we left 9 years later, it was about 80%. And that study was written up by the Kennedy School at Harvard. I can get you the site. That's just one example of the change that we bring. What change are we going to bring to Petaluma? That remains to be seen. We don't know whether there are best practices in place yet. We haven't started looking at them. But whatever change we bring will be a collaborative change that we work on together, that we understand is going to, as I said before, make the department all that it can be, and that in turn fosters the best possible relationship with the community that there can be. So.
And I thank you, Jeff. And I just want to add that it was because of who Integra Assure was that all the community members and the staff that sat on that panel chose Integra Assure because we did have some semi-local options, but the fact that they were collaborative, the fact that they recognized who we were and what our needs were, we felt really good about the fit. So that's where we are.
Thank you, and we did as well. And yeah, the idea of local, non-local, a single independent police auditor versus a team, there are different models that can come into play. I think the model that has been chosen offers the city the widest possibility of bringing the best to Petaluma.
Okay, then public comment period is now open. The public is invited to make comments on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If providing your comment in Spanish, we ask that you pause after each sentence to allow for translation. The moderator will pause the timer while the translator is speaking. And let's see, the city clerk, have we any items in on this?
Mayor, we received one public comment on this item prior to the meeting, which is posted online with the agenda packet.
Thank you. And let's go to our Zoom audience and see what we have.
Members of the public attending online, who wish to speak on this item should raise their virtual hand or press star 9 if participating by phone. And at this time, we have one virtual hand.
Wonderful.
Now it's 2, so we're starting to get some.
And okay, and with no cards from anyone in the room, I'd like to go directly into the Zoom participants.
Okay, so for our Zoom participants, again, speakers are reminded to be respectful in their comments and that this meeting is being translated. So please pause between sentences for translation. Again, threats of violence and obscenity are grounds for removal from this meeting, and a countdown will appear for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak when the countdown begins. So please make sure to unmute yourself when you are invited to do so. So our first speaker is Isaiah Gonzalez. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your presence still in chambers. On this topic, I just want to express extreme gratitude. Having spent time in the Marine Corps and as a veteran who is engaged with my community, who works to provide therapeutic arts, and regularly reads and studies and learns everything I can about PTSD, I'm just grateful that we're leading the charge on something like this. The auditors already said it, that we invited them here before we even had a problem. But I also just want to say, with what was proclaimed at the beginning of the meeting, with it being Sexual Assault Awareness Month, with what we've seen go on amongst the military and the need for independent auditors, for that reason, my gratitude is just so deep. So thank you to the city, thank you to our first responders, to our police, and thank you to the auditors.
Okay, thank you. And now I invite Ellen Obstler to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comment.
Hi, everybody. And yes, thank you so much for still being here and for this finally coming up on the calendar and being handled. I'm thrilled that we're moving forward. I want to, again, thank you. I also want to make sure, though, I know we keep on saying that, we're getting in this group, IntegraSure, before there's a consent decree or before there's any kind of police caused deaths here in Petaluma, which is obviously great. However, there is a problem here. And I hope that it won't take any flight time or anything like that. But before IntegraSure starts meeting with police, starts meeting with community, that it goes and looks at what's already been done in this community about talking about community race relations and policing. And the best place to start would be in the listening circles, to look at the reports, in which made very, very clear that the white people all were like calling the police and talking about how the police were meeting their needs, and all the BIPOC people in our community were having completely different experiences. And that should not be the way. And that hopefully is why you're here, to be able to start anew and start a real community race relations and policing here in Petaluma. So I wish you the best of luck. I hope this works. Thank you so much, Council, for doing what you're doing. And again, just Godspeed to all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. At this time, we do not have any more hands.
Thank you. That closes public comment on this, and I'd like to bring this back to the council and Councilmember Healy.
I'd be happy to move the item.
I second that.
So we have a motion by Healy and a second by Cater Thompson. Any other comment from any other council person? Going once, going twice. So I do want to thank you all, and I think that's a very good point the caller made, that we're building on work we're already doing. Valuable voices already heard. I do appreciate this proposal brings a diversity on the team, and that's much appreciated in this community. I would like to see us be best in class, which I think we're approaching, and your help will get us there. And I would love to see us have our case be the study case, a published case, a success in this kind of hybrid and advancing community policing. So with that, and we have a motion and a second, I'd like to have a roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes,
Motion passes unanimously.
and thank you for being with us this late hour.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
Okay, and thank you, staff. And we'll take just a second to go from the police department to the fire department. And we're now moving to item 12, which is public hearing and resolutions ordering abatement of nuisance consisting of weeds growing upon public and private property in the city of Petaluma, and ordering the fire department to abate said weeds by contract if property owners fail to do so. And welcome Jessica Powers, Fire Marshal.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, and community. On April 3rd, the City Council approved Resolution Number 2023-42 NCS, which declared that weeds growing upon parcels of public and private property are a public nuisance requiring abatement. A public hearing was subsequently set for tonight to hear any objections to said declaration. On April 6th, a letter was sent to affected property owners alerting them of their right to attend this public hearing. This is a part of the government code requirements that requires the City Council to provide a venue for property owners to voice their objections regarding the city's weed abatement program and how the properties are abated. This public hearing and subsequent resolution meets the intent of the law, which allows the fire department and its contractor to enter private property and force abatement of weed-related fire hazards if property owners fail to abate. Property owners are highly encouraged to handle their own weed abatement, and abatement by the city only takes place after noncompliance with the stated abatement deadline of May 31st this year. Inspections for abatement by the city will begin June 1st, depending on weather conditions, and will continue throughout the season. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, fabulous presentation. This is our moment for any questions from council members. Any questions? Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, so as I look down the list, I saw a property that I actually do weed management on and have been doing for a couple of years now. And it shows up on your list, and I'm going, okay, why would weed abatement even appear on this property as being a need when it's pretty weed-free for the most part the last couple of years? So which just raises the issues of who's actually looking at the properties, who's evaluating them, what criteria are they using, what is the evidence that they're using to show to the person, to the landowners, what needs to be done. And I know all what I've read through the materials as to what the recommendations are, which is all great, and most of it's focused on land that has to be disc, farmland, or near where fire breaks need to be made and the like. But there's a long list of smaller properties that are included, and I'm kind of wondering if what the expectations are and what level is it weedy that actually gets on this list. So what's the criteria, and what is the evidence of that criteria being provided to the property owners so they know exactly what to do? Otherwise, because this property owner would go, what are you talking about? And so there's receiving a letter. If they're receiving a letter, they're going, huh? What's a weed? So I'd like to hear a little bit more about the criteria, the evidence, and the demonstration of the evidence to the property owners, and then the recommendation of what that they can do, other than just a blanket letter, oh, you need to do something. So that's what I'm concerned about, is that letters are going out, and folks getting them going, what's this all about? What am I supposed to do with this? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So any vacant parcel that does not have any structure on it is automatically put on our list because there's no development, whether it's commercial or residential, people there to maintain the lot on a regular basis. And then we also work with the Code Enforcement Division, and any properties that they have regular compliance issues with nuisances are put on that list to go through this process. Versus the inspection notice and then citation process, which is more, that process is not only more time consuming to us and that property owner, which, leaves that fire hazard there for longer, but is also can be more costly to that landowner. So we place those parcels that Code Enforcement has developed on that list. In terms of the information, we provide them that letter that on the front page has all of the information regarding tonight's public hearing, how they can contact us and the city. And then on the back page is all about how to maintain those requirements. We have some information on our website as well. Each time we receive some feedback, we try and put more information on that website. So for example, last year, we provided the compliance date on the website so people wouldn't have to call us to get that compliance date if they, failed to receive or remember where they put their letter. We try and update the guidelines and recommendations with further information if possible. And then I think I'm missing a third piece of your question.
Yeah, well, you started saying that it's pretty much an automatic, if you're a vacant lot, you get on there. But
Correct.
it's not just the vacant lots, it should be all the parcels where farmhouses are on also. And I'm still not clear on, once they get on the list, who actually does the checking and what's the criteria for checking for weediness? When they say, oh, is this just the potential that it's a vacant lot? And so all vacant lots just automatically get this letter? Is that
Correct.
what's going on?
Correct. Yes. So if people are maintaining it, we're not doing anything. So the process is that we've set that compliance date this year for May 31st. So on June 1st, all of our inspectors have an assigned list, and they go out and they drive the entire city and check every single lot. And if it has been maintained, they check it off and move on to the next lot. If it hasn't been maintained, then we create a work order for our third-party contractor, and then send them out to do the work. If they didn't get out there and the work has already been done, if the landowner was just a little bit late, then they move on to their next lot. So it's only for the lots that haven't been maintained by that landowner by the compliance date that we are doing any abatement on. And back to the why or how they get on that list. The reasoning behind all of the vacant parcels, like I was alluding to, is that, there's not somebody there maintaining their home or their commercial property or whatever that land type is on a regular basis. And so weeds can grow higher, and that fire risk can threaten other properties in the neighborhood. What we call light flashy fuels are high weeds, meaning they dry out quickly in the sun, and they ignite and spread more rapidly. They create longer flame lengths and can spread fire much more rapidly than like a large wildfire, more out in a wooded area. And so we want to keep that fire risk low by maintaining those weeds to a low height.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Great explanation. Let's move to public comment at this time. And have we any letters or cards on this early?
Mayor, we did not receive any comments on this item before the meeting tonight.
Thank you. And I have no in-house cards. Let's check our Zoom audience.
Members of the public attending online who wish to speak to this item should raise their virtual hand or press *9 if participating by phone. And I do not see any hands raised at this time.
Shocking. Thank you very much. That closes public hearing, and let's bring it back to the council. Councilmember Barnacle.
I will move resolution number, attachment 1.
Thank you. We have a motion for attachment 1 from Councilmember Barnacle with a second from Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And since each of us has a bit of recusal, this will be mine, and I will be stepping out of the room. Thank you.
So this is item number 2, is attachment 2. Is there a motion?
I'll move attachment 2.
I'll second.
And Posake second. Roll call.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with McDonald recused.
There's a list here somewhere.
Moving to attachment 3, can we get a motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Motion by Posake, second by Cater Thompson.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Now recused.
Thank you. And
I'm recusing.
and now Councilmember Posake recusing.
I'll move attachment 4.
I'll second.
We have a motion and we have a second, but we're going to pause for a
Missing
heartbeat.
person.
Here we, so
We are paused for a heartbeat here.
We're going to get out before midnight. Yeah, exactly. And I'll take a tall one. Oh, God.
Mr. Mayor, while we're pausing briefly, I just wanted to note for the record that the reason the council are doing the segmenting process, as it's called, is because of the fact that they own property within 500 feet of the property that's subject to the action. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for making sure that got in the record with clarity.
Yeah. But who's watching?
Please proceed with a roll call vote.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Shribs,
yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Posake recused.
And we are now to Shribs recusing, Posake returning.
I'll move attachment 5.
We have a motion from Barnacle with a second from Cater Thompson.
Barnacle,
Yes.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yep.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Shribs recused.
And I'll be recusing from the next 2 items.
I'll
And
make the motion.
we have a motion by Cater Thompson
I'll second.
Nice. Okay.
and a second from Posake.
Barnacle, oh, sorry, Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Healy,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Barnacle recused.
Thank you.
And now I will recuse from the next 2 items.
Thank you. And may we have a motion?
I'll make the
Councilmember Cater Thompson makes a motion. Councilmember Now makes the
Second.
second.
Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Posake,
Yes.
Shribs, McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Barnacle and Healy recused.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
We have a motion
Second.
from Cater Thompson, the second from Barnacle.
Barnacle. Yes. Cater Thompson.
Yes.
Now.
Yes.
Posake.
Yes.
Shribs.
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously with Healy recused.
And might I add, this system, though it looks funny, is actually more efficient than any we've done in the past, so thank you. And before we hit adjournment, I do want to thank our translators who bring a lot to the community, but also work hard and are also here as late as all of us. So thank you to them. And with that, the meeting is adjourned.